Call the regular meeting of Cobre Board of Education in this session. It is 5:01. Please stand for the pledge. Please let the minutes show first that all board members are here.
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, the U.S. symbol of perfect friendship among United Cultures. Entertain a motion for approval of agenda items. So motion by Mr. Molina, second. Second by Ms. Cordova. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, I have a request to move some items up after item 2C. I think we can move up item 6A, 6B, 7C, and 8A after 2C.
You said 6A?
6A, 6B, 7C, and 8A. After 2C.
Good night.
Any questions?
I appreciate, especially the 8A coming up.
Any other?
Also, on superintendent report, we need to add item D, law conference. Which I know I can talk about it, but that way you guys can just go ahead and add that as well. And I believe on 7A, I could have sworn I caught a glance of an email from, yeah, Mr. Lewis, he will not be attending tonight's board meeting, so we will take off from 7.
Any other?
Question, can we add an item?
Well, it's on superintendent report, so I mean, I don't have to list everything that's on the superintendent report, so I mean, we could add it or not add it, but I can talk about it anyway.
Any other thing? Okay, roll call vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Okay. We move to action item. Let's go with A, B.
board minutes from May 9th.
Entertain a motion for approval of board minutes of May 9th. Motion by Ms. Murillo, second. Second by Mr. Williana. Any corrections to minutes?
I have one correction, on the second page where on F, it should say, property tax rate increase, not income tax rate. F, 1, 2, 3.
Fourth line.
Okay.
Any other corrections? Call for the vote. Mr. Williana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo. Motion carries. Item
That
C.
brings us to item number 2C. We have Mr. Jack Herndon, that spelled that correctly, from First Savings Bank, who would like to give us a donation. So-
Yes. No prompts here. If I could maybe ask everyone to stand up with me, but I wanted to just let y'all know, this is the program that we've been involved with. It's going on 3 years now. And so this is the Cobre High School card that we have at our bank. And we donate 10% of the merchant fees that are earned off of the debit card usage back to the school. So we do have a donation for y'all, $250 this year to give to you guys, just to use however you see fit.
Do you mind showing that to the camera so the folks over there can see it?
Here's the Cobre card. Maybe
Closer.
So this is a debit card at First Savings Bank, and so based on every time they use the card, a certain amount
Yes,
comes back.
every time a person uses a debit card, the merchant is charged a fee. If it's run as a debit card, they're charged like 23 cents, and I believe it's 42 cents if it's run as a credit. 10% of each one of those transactions we do keep track of, and so that merchant fee income that we derive from the use of the card, we're giving back to the schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we did put a copy in your packets also, if you're interested, that way.
So tell everybody you know, come open your accounts, and the more it's used, the more money we're gonna get back to the school.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I might be able to just get a quick picture with the board. It's a little tight quarters here, but.
Maybe,
Or this, or.
how about, can you get it from there? You guys want to come up? Wait, let them all get there.
Go out in the parking lot, might make it easier.
A little higher.
You wanna- yeah.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. There you go.
One, two, three. One more.
I brought my photographer with me.
Just for me.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Oh, here's the actual check.
Thank you, we appreciate
Thank
it
you,
very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
One
So,
last thing.
Mr. President, I would like to make a recommendation that we accept this donation.
You heard the recommendation, there's your motion. Motion by Mr. Williana, second. Second by Mr. Molina. Any questions?
One last thing, if I may just have you all provide your photo consent, so we'd like to share that on Facebook.
We would too.
Roll call vote, Mr. Williana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that form is being passed around. That would move us to 6A, School Hero Proclamation. So I did attend the county commissioners meeting, I think it was last week. And they did make a proclamation for School Lunch Hero Day. So the proclamation says, whereas nutritious meals at schools are an essential part of the school day, and whereas school lunch is the most important and nutrient-rich meal of the day for many children, and whereas the staff of the Cobre Consolidated School District Nutrition Department is committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children, and whereas the staff, because they provided one to Silver too, so that same thing for Silver, and whereas the staff of charter and private schools are committed to providing healthy, nutritious meals to their students, and whereas the women and men who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support, and whereas our Grant County nutrition professionals have a lot on their plate between preparing healthy food, adhering to strict nutrition standards, navigating student food allergies, and offering a service with a smile. And whereas our Grant County nutrition professionals must balance many roles and follow numerous federal, state, and local regulations to ensure safe and healthy meals are available in schools. And whereas School Lunch Hero Day provides the opportunity for the whole community to thank these hardworking heroes, now therefore the Grant County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim May 6th as School Lunch Hero Day and express our deep appreciation to these valuable employees and commend their good work on behalf of children and urge our citizens to do the same. And it's signed by all the members of the Grant County Commission. So food service people, you know, page it, I guess, and I'll send you the official picture taken. And I will present this to you. Mr. Do you want to present this to Alma for the picture? Oh.
Give it back to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we're going to move to 6D, New Mexico School Board Award Presentation to Ms. Kathy Ryan, teacher at Cobre. Well, you over here. So just let me read a little bit of this. It says the award is sponsored by New Mexico School Board Association and is presented to individuals selected by local school board of education throughout New Mexico who have played an important role in improving student achievement in their local school district. And the award that's presented says, Excellent in Student Achievement Award, presented by the New Mexico School Boards Association in cooperation with local Board of Education in recognition of the outstanding role played in improving student achievement 2022. And I have had the opportunity when I was a special ed teacher at the high school to work directly with Ms. Ryan in her classroom. And, you know, I just want to thank you, Ms. Ryan. I know you have wonderful relationships with your students. They trust you, they feel safe with you, and we just appreciate everything that you do. Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to package it for me? Okay, that moves us to, item 7C, a graduation report from Mr. Villa.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Varela. So we are having graduation this Friday, I think, starting at, I want to say 6. I think it is 6. Starting at 6. So we are having that this Friday. I've given you guys your invitations. We didn't be able to do this for letter, but we will get you one as soon as possible. I got some for everybody else that hasn't received one yet. Everyone participating in the graduation ceremony will need to be at the gym by 5:30 p.m. on Friday, May 27th. It says, please wear your gowns. If you don't have a gown, let us know. We'll figure out how to get you one if you don't have one. All administrators, all board members will park by the daycare. You can enter through the main entrance and drive around the back. We will have people back there helping direct traffic. You will be able to leave through Jones Street as soon as it ends. It's kind of like we did the last time, so that you can avoid traffic going back the other way. Board members and administration will report to the main gym no later than 5:40 and will be seated in their spot for the beginning of the ceremony. Seating will be labeled. We will show board members where they will stand when handing out their diplomas once they are there.
Can you just talk a little bit about how that will work as far as the handing out of the diplomas?
So, what happened last year was that they were able to choose different people to give them their diplomas. This year, it will only be the board members handing out the diplomas. Ms. Montoya kind of has a better idea of how that's going to be and exactly where they're going to be standing. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight to kind of explain that, but you will hand out the diplomas and then the students will step to the side and take their picture and then they will go back and sit down.
So will all board members hand out, to every student, or will they alternate? Or?
I don't know.
Well, because what we've done in the past is the board president gives out the diplomas, and then if there's someone that the other board members want to give the diploma to, they can stand up and then I'll step aside. They can give that diploma to that student or several students in a row or whatever that was, and then I'll go back and start giving the rest of the diplomas. That's the way it was before. I don't know.
I think that's kind of what Sandra was saying, since we're similar to that.
It was a little bit different in the sense that it wasn't so much whoever the school board wanted to give a diploma to. It was more if the student wanted a different member of the board to be there, then the student would designate.
Well, and that happened in the time that I've been there. The students got to choose. I think the last year they got to choose who was the person that was given it to them. This year,
I understand that. But what I meant within the constraint of members of the board.
okay, if there is a request from a student, yeah, of course we'll honor that request if they, ask to, or any of you to hand in their diploma.
Will students be made known that they can make a request?
We can let them know, we can let them know that. I don't have anything else unless you guys have any more specific questions.
How many people graduated? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Is this going to be inside the gym or
Inside the
outside?
gym.
Inside the gym.
And then air conditioners are working, so it's pretty cool.
Don't have any stats.
I didn't bring them with me. We have 72 seniors, and I'm thinking 72 seniors are graduating. But don't quote me on that. I don't have that with me. I'm sorry.
Already did.
You're on camera.
Yeah, I know. It's on record now. It's on record. There you go. Any other questions? Well, we hope to see everybody there. Hopefully it's quick and painless. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. President, next would be item 8A. I believe we have some cafeteria staff who wanted to discuss their 22-23 contracts.
Is this all the same thing? If it is the same question or the same thing, we ask that there be a spokesperson for the group. And that way, not everybody,
Well, let her go with the few questions that they have, because she knows what they all.
Mr. President, members of the board, Ms. Varela, I'm Lydia Alcorta, and I work with the Food Service Department. One of the questions that we have is, we've been working for Seamless Summer for several months now. And when we were working last year in May, in April, in March, whatever, our checks were like $800, $900. And then we started in August or whatever, and they dropped down to like 700. But we're still, it's Seamless Summer, and Seamless Summer pay is $15 an hour for managers, and it's $13 an hour for helpers and cooks. So we want to know where our check dropped like that much, because that's quite a bit of money that it dropped down. And if we're working Seamless Summer, it's 15 and 13. Why did our checks change?
That's a question we'll have to ask Dee. No, Dee is not here now.
Well, that was a question I had. And then she was wondering, like, you know, we have food service workers who have been working for like 17, 18 years. And then the newcomers come in, they make more than the ones that have already been here for years. So it doesn't go by the years of service. It just goes by whoever comes in and what the pay is.
So, you want me to address that? So I know that, we had sent an email out last week that said we did have some errors in the contracts. Food service is one of the areas that we were looking at because there was no differentiation based on years of service. So we did meet with Alma and we did, you know, go over the budget and how to figure that out. So we did let Alma know that we're running a few different scenarios and then we're gonna meet back with her again before we finalize the contract. So we agree with you that there is no differentiation based on the years. Now there is differentiation for the food service now based on the job classification. So managers make more than cooks, who make more than servers or helpers. So we didn't correct that this year, but what we need to still correct is based on the years of experience that we are working with.
And our last question is, are we gonna get a raise? Because like right now, we are so short-staffed, and I know I'm getting a little bit extra, but I'm also holding 2 jobs. She's holding 2 jobs. She's holding 2 jobs. And yeah, we're all holding more than 1 or 2 jobs to cover. I mean, we're short-staffed. Are we gonna get like a little bit more for that? Because I know I'm getting a little bit more, but you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. After the day I had Thursday, the $3 more an hour that I'm getting, it's like, oh my gosh, it's not worth it. It really isn't. And I don't think it's fair to us that we're holding the positions of more than 2 employees and we don't even get at least half the wage of what the other employee. Like I do cooking and I do managing. And I didn't even get half of what the cook gets. And I don't know, like, to me, that's not fair. Because it's not easy holding 2 jobs, especially when management is one of them. And these guys we're all doing it. Some of us are doing up to 3 jobs.
I manage her, yeah. And there's only 2 workers.
Yeah. And like today, my coworker called in and that just leaves me alone. At the time she's alone. I mean, and we have to step it up and be on time no matter what. If we're 1, if we're 4, but we're always on time.
And just transport.
And I just kind of think that should be taken into consideration for us.
Thank you. And there are increases for next year?
President, I have comment. I understand one of the big issues is we don't have scale for a salary schedule for.
We do, well, we do and we don't. Those are ones that we have built this year, so we have the salary schedule built. It's just not differentiated based on the years of experience. That's the piece we're working on.
That would be a large portion of what the salary schedule is supposed to do. And so how many years have we gone without a salary schedule?
I can just tell you, when I came into this position, I don't believe that we had any, and that was one of our goals, and so we have some that we've been working on. In meeting with Maureen, we did have some when Maureen was in HR, but we didn't have access to those. So I know with Ms. Davis, with Ms. Hoveen, we have been working on building those.
So how many, in the last few years, if Terry can provide that information or anybody else, how many years have we gone without a salary schedule that we know of? You've never had one? Now, the complications of that are that your salary should have increased according to that schedule, had we had one. It's not your fault we didn't have one. It's our fault we didn't have one. And question is there anything that goes back to say, should we do some kind of recompensation for those wages that were never increased because of our lack of having a schedule? Or for as far back as we can find out. It's one thing to have the resolution and come up and say thank you. It's another thing to push down the wages where they're, and I've been arguing for wages, and wages have been kept off the discussion in the Finance Committee for some time intentionally. These are the kind of things that are very detrimental, and this is why we have turnover as well. Also, the input that we hope to have, and I welcome Dr. Spalletta, and I know that he works towards solving things and stands up for stuff, at least what I've seen is everything. He's very involved in trying to find out what's going on. This is one of many, but this board initially put this item on the public input part, which is disappointing. I've asked for stuff and it's been put on the public input stuff, input section. And what that means is you can tell us whatever you want, but we don't have to respond. Thank you very much. And matter of fact, that's what's one of the comments that have been made, that you brought it before here, and that was the response. Thank you very much. And we did not hear anything back. You did not hear anything back. I hope that changes this time. The other element that hasn't been discussed here is that the hours are not noted on their checks. And I've heard specific complaints from staff in dietary that they think they've worked more hours and they haven't, that was not reflected in their pay. That's one of the suspicions is of this drop to $700. How can we legally omit that information? And when was it decided that that information should not be provided on the checks? Go for it.
Okay, so you talked about increases for next year, but it sounds to me that this year they're doing more than their job description might entail. And so what are the plans to compensate them for their work that they've been doing this year?
So we have only heard about Lydia, and Lydia has been compensated since we heard when she took over the additional duties, and so she has been compensated. We have not heard from anybody about the other people that are doing.
That's why they're here today.
Como yo tengo 19 years aquí, voy a ganar lo mismo que están ganando las que tienen un año, las que tienen 2 años.
So we work more.
Y trabajamos más.
And this year at the beginning of the year, we did work and change contracts because they were all at the same rate of pay, whether they were cook, manager, or helper. And so we did meet at the beginning of the year and we did correct the contracts based on that. But as far as the additional duties, Lee is the only one that's been brought to our attention.
So if other employees come to you with, that they're doing multiple jobs,
So
they
we
should
would
be
probably need to meet
compensated.
with them on that.
I'm a manager and a San Lorenzo.
I'm on those.
I do everything.
And how many times have I put, let's go to the board, go to the board, so that you can
It's hard,
voice
I
your-
mean, I know we're not
voice your
educated
opinions.
like all of you guys, that is we're not. But without us, our kids will not get there.
Very valuable
And we're on
employees.
time, we're never late, we have to transport things to her, or me, Hurley, or Bayard. It goes to Sandal. You know how heavy those crates are? Just 70 of milk, a 60-year-old woman trying to pick up and putting up on the deck. It's very hard. One is okay after you do 2 or 3, or you're exhausted. And the things are up here where you got to pick them up. But I'm short. I've already told them, I hope I don't get hurt. That's the only thing I don't want to do. I take my time. And there's no guys that helps us. We have to put our own stuff away. I mean, it's awful.
So we would need to meet with them and look at each individual employee and see where we are with each person.
And I appreciate you coming here and bringing this to our attention, and I encourage you, if things don't get resolved, to remain in contact with the board. And I'm hoping this will be resolved quickly, because I know we've talked about employee shortages and not being able to get employees, but we need to treat the ones we have, our loyal workers, better. And so I appreciate you guys. I worked at Snell with Lydia for a few years, and I love the meals you put out, especially red enchiladas, one of my favorites. So I appreciate all the hard work you guys do, and I understand the crucial role you play in our schools. Thank you.
2 more questions. One is, how has staffing changed in the recent years?
Well, those that have quit have not gotten replaced. And Papa passed away and he never got replaced. So we're just short. We're just short in staff.
So a lot.
So, and there has been advertisements, and we do, Ms. Davis does give the applications to Alma as soon as we get them. There are times when Alma has preferred or asked us to hire subs as opposed to hiring full-time employees. I know that has come up.
But the other one goes in terms of how it's built into our formula for budgets in terms of staffing. That needs to reflect people doing one job. It doesn't need to reflect people doubling up, and it doesn't have to reflect people getting paid lower because we don't have we don't budget accordingly because we don't have a salary schedule. And so part of the recruitment part of that is to have satisfied workers that will kind of be able to tell people, it's a good place to work. The other part is that the salary should be something that they would see more attractive here versus at Silver or anyplace else.
And the positions, they are still open. They were budgeted for the positions that she needs to replace.
Yeah, but there's these other environmental factors like people quitting, people leaving, people being overworked, that kind of make it a disincentive to work in that position. And it communicates volumes to the kids. This is a very essential program, and it is greatly needed. And the happier the kids are in the dining room, the better the school day will go. Okay, so thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Joyce, when we meet on the next go round, can we bring everybody in so that if they have something to say or whatever it is that it may be, they can, do it right then and there.
We would just need Ms. Davis and Ms. Hogan in the meeting.
Yeah.
Are the steelworkers representing them yet, or is that going to happen?
According to Mr. Lewis, they are looking at bringing them in the summer to help renegotiate the contract.
Very good.
Okay, we'll just go item D.
this to, approval of superintendent contract for Dr. Florida. I know that it was emailed to you, but I do have hard copies of both his contract and the, transitional contract.
Some of them are torn because I had stapled them together and then I was like, where are they?
Thank you. Did Mr. Spalletta get a copy?
That reminds me of more. Can I make a copy of the one pager? If I didn't give him a copy.
You can have that, I have it up here.
Give him a moment to, or have you read it already, or? You have? Okay. Entertain a motion for approval of the contract and the supplemental contract, which would bring him on instead of July 1st, bring him on June 2nd.
Can we do one contract at a time? The contract needs some adjustments that Mr. Spalletta requested, Dr. Spalletta requested. I wanted to make those changes today.
And they are on the agenda separately. So the first one would be the superintendent contract for school year 22-23.
Entertain a motion for approval of the contract.
Mr. President,
The supplemental contract.
No,
No.
the actual contract.
Do we make the change?
The 2-year contract.
No, yeah, the regular contract, I'm sorry.
and that's, Mr. President, the point of order. That's what I was gonna ask, what changes were made? That way we can kind of look, because if they were highlighted or something, it'd be nice to see, but this is the second time I've seen this
Right, I haven't
document.
made
so-
any changes in here, but Dr. Spalletta, do you want to bring up what the changes you wanted? I think there was just a couple things, that the lawyer made changes to.
I can talk about this. So, in the regular contract, the district's attorney changed a few things. She actually moved a lot of things around from our original draft. She didn't include the number of days, scheduled days. And I forgot the other thing that she removed, one other thing.
So are you guys okay with me putting that wording back in? It would be under salary. The superintendent will work 260 work days per year with 10 paid holidays.
Where's that, is that gonna be in the first?
That's what we had put in the first contract, and then the lawyer removed it for some reason.
I thought this back in the contract.
You want it back?
How would it read, Mrs. Murillo, then?
It would be,
So if you go to number
8.
8, the salary, we have had at the end, the superintendent will work 260 work days per year with 10 paid holidays. That's what we had included, and the lawyer removed it.
No mention of 60?
Well, that's another area.
So that's gonna be on the first paragraph under salary, correct?
yes.
Yes,
And we could just add it there at the end.
right, if you guys are okay with that.
I'm okay with it.
And another thing, Mr. President, another point of order, if I could bring it up, I know, speaking with Dr. Spalletta, I'm not sure this is changing. It's not so much to change it, just so that the board recognizes concerns in regards to residency. I know that we talked about Dr. Spalletta making every effort to live in the district. Housing as it is, I'm dealing with employees that are trying to find housing as we speak within the area. So I just would like the board to have some sort of, leniency in regards to that, not so much change it, but just to acknowledge the fact that we are in a housing crisis and it's going to be very difficult for him to secure housing within districts, so there's a strong possibility he may have to live in Silver. So I just want the board to recognize that.
And I think it does, they shall make every justice.
Yeah.
His efforts are not being very true child either, so.
Not yet.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
I really appreciate your expressed interest in wanting to work in the district, and I hope it is successful, but if not, then we understand. Thank you.
So you're gonna add the 260?
I added the 260.
Okay.
And then one thing that Boyer also did, she removed the cancellation of contract for
Yeah.
just cause.
So she said that it would, the state law that we,
What's that?
the cancellation of the contract.
She sent that to you in an email, but she didn't send that to me in an email.
Yeah, she told me that state law, that, if he leaves before the end of the contract, we have to pay him the contract, unless it's for some real negligent thing.
The previous contracts didn't say that. Previous contracts said that if they left,
No, he can resign and we don't have to, but if we're gonna get rid of him before then, we do have to pay him his contract.
no offense, if this is hypothetical.
He's like, I
I'm
haven't
happy with that
started
paragraph.
yet.
If you want to leave that paragraph in there, I'm okay with that.
I emailed her today, she just replied at 5:15. She just replied at 5:15, I asked about, the wording that was removed and some concerns Dr. Spiletta had. And, you're included in this email, and she said that the contract can address the issues raised by Dr. Spiletta. The only thing she's concerned about, well, we'll get to that, it's something else, but. So putting in, the cancellation for a contract for just cause, she did not tell me that it was, not allowed. So I would like to put that, clause back in.
That's number
Number 5 on our,
And there again, we could add that there at the end.
okay. I could put it at the very end, right above the signatures, like after 16. Put it at
Yeah,
number
we
7.
could do that.
Can you state what it's going to read again?
Sure. Cancellation, this is our draft. Cancellation of contract for just cause. This contract may be canceled by the board for cause, including unsatisfactory work performance, incompetence, insubordination, physical or mental inability to perform the required duties, or for any other good and just cause, provided that any such cancellation may be effected only in accordance with the New Mexico statutes and any applicable rules and regulations of the state and the board. And that wording was also in Mr. Mendoza's.
So is that in 4 where it says applicable law?
No, we had it after applicable law, but
So in applicable law, it says this contract may be canceled by the board for cause including unsatisfactory work performance. Kind of basically the same wording that you said under 4.
okay.
So is that sufficient?
That does sound like the same wording.
That is, yeah, that's the same wording that it's just under a different paragraph.
It's just put together.
Correct.
Should we separate them out, or are you okay with it being?
I'm okay with it if Dr. Spiletta is, but I think that verbiage is, it's just put together.
Yeah, we intended to just to have it as number 3.
Okay, we can move on. And then, I don't have the internet, I can't pull up your. You had a few other concerns.
I think those are the 2 concerns.
Are you comfortable with that being under the applicable law, Dr. Spiletta, that verbiage?
Yes.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Good.
If this contract was drawn up by the 2 designated board members, and it went to the lawyers, so that the lawyers could approve it and could approve the wording, and the lawyer changed it to what she's saying, it's state law and stuff. Now it comes back and we change it the way that we had it before. I don't understand that. Who's right? If this happens that we do have to, or we have to separate and we have to reach out to the lawyer and the lawyer comes back and says, hey, I'm sorry, this is what I put down and this is what you guys did, you're on your own. You know, if that's the case, why did you go to the lawyer then?
Well, I think ultimately the decision of what the contract says is with us. And
Well,
I
not on the
also,
state
but
wording.
I checked, that's why I emailed her and asked her that we weren't going to include anything. Because when she responded back to us, she just said, I made some changes to line up with the law. She didn't explicitly say what changes were made and what law, you know, she didn't give us explicit direction. So that is why I reached out to her again after talking to Dr. Spalletta and hearing his concerns, just to make sure that we weren't going to put back into the contract something that she didn't think should be in there.
So the only thing that has been added today is
The
the number of
days.
work days.
Yes.
So that's the only thing that has
Yeah.
been added.
We're not
Yeah.
changing the second item that was
No,
addressed.
Yeah, because
that's not
it's in there.
correct.
I must have missed it.
Yeah, that's all we can do right now. That's 220 and, the number of workdays. Any other questions?
Oh, I have another question. So she also removed, I had it on the end of the contract to have all of us sign it. I based it off the way another school district haven't had it, but she just put the board and the board secretary to sign it, and of course, Dr. Spalletta. Do we want to leave that, or do we want to bring in all our signatures again?
What was the practice with Mr. Mendoza's?
Just the president, the secretary, and
President and
the
secretary. And Mr.
I say
Spalletta.
we should probably stay the course.
And I know there's other districts that have all of them sign it, so that would be a decision you all would make.
If anybody has a strong preference, for or against it.
I have a strong preference for that, and that is because in the other contracts where we had an exorbitant number of days that were paying off, costing us $90,000 or $94,000. A large part of that could have been caught, perhaps, if there was additional review and signature. And so I would think it'd be very prudent for the board to have signed the actual final copy to ensure that there won't be any clauses like that added either before or after conversation.
The only thing is that whichever way, it doesn't matter, but there's always minutes that support that the board approve the contract.
But the content of the contract is not included in the minutes, and having the actual signature would be exactly that.
I'll go ahead and add it, and we can all sign it this evening. hopefully. Any other questions? So is that?
Were sick leave days specified?
Oh, 2 days. One thing also, I didn't know if we wanted to change, so, you know, tonight on the agenda is talking about the payout of our last superintendent. And so, there will not be any unused sick leave that is paid out in this contract. It's on, oh wait, I don't have the new one. If you look on 7A and B, that's the leave. So there won't be any sick leave, paid out. But we have that if payments shall be made for up to 90 days of unused annual leave. And so I don't know how you guys feel about that. 90 days at his current contract would be $500 a day. I mean, and of course that would be several years before he had accumulated 90 days. But I just want to make sure that is everybody on the board okay with 90 days of the payout for unused leave?
I'm okay with that if there's documentation is, that's one of the questions I have on the other contract on this current payout. But there needs to be adequate documentation and reporting of vacation days taken, as well as sick leave.
Any leave that they take, they have to fill out a form.
So is everybody okay with 90 days?
Yes.
So right now, are you gonna print the back page so we can sign this thing? That's just,
I can email it to somebody who has access to a printer here. I don't have. You should email it to me.
Probably have to print out the whole thing. Didn't you make
I
the
would
change?
say that
You made the
because-
change under
Yeah.
salary.
Right.
And the signatory blocks. On 15D, we have annually evaluate the superintendent. I thought we talked about doing it, especially at the very beginning of his term, more frequently than that,
15.
to give him specific guidance that
There's a midterm in January.
It talks about
Yeah.
the performance goals and the midterm assessment.
Yeah, I'm
Within
not
2
there.
months after the execution, the party shall meet to establish the superintendent's performance goals. And then there should be a mid-year
There
assessment
it is on C.
under C. Under, if you look
Okay,
under
I'm sorry.
15.
The lawyer did mention she's concerned with 15J, effective failure to complete performance evaluation. Because that ties into somewhere else in the contract, it talks about if the superintendent gets a satisfactory, is automatically given another year contract, I believe. But I don't know where she's putting it.
If 15J is if a evaluation is not done, then it'll be as if I.
Satisfactory.
Yeah.
If we as a board fail to do your evaluation, then you automatically receive a go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. And that doesn't mean another contract, that the contract still has to be reviewed and discussed. But it gives us no basis to deny the contract, so, but that's a separate thing.
It talks about the evaluation in four, but it doesn't say automatically.
Yeah.
It stands fine, Richard, I think.
All right, I will email it to, who am I emailing it to? I can send it. You guys have them drinking. No.
sure, that's all the changes on this.
To amend the motion.
And I did, oh, do we want to do that one first? Before we go on to the transitional?
Well, that one is printing, I don't know. Did you already send it? A matter of moving along with the thing, we can discuss the supplemental contract. So, do you have any questions on it?
Questions about the I'm fine with that.
On the, Mr. President, on the supplemental contract, are we going to change the signature blocks in the back?
Block
like the-
also. Okay, yeah. Because we have to be consistent with both.
I have a question on the supplemental or the
Okay.
transition. We should remove item number 5.
Should we, first pass the contract before we go into the?
Well, I'm just saying for matter of speeding up our meeting.
Well, can we haven't passed the first
No,
one.
we haven't, but I'm just asking questions on it right now. I haven't asked for nothing on this one. We're just reviewing it right now.
There's no 30 days talent window that he has at any point in this contract. No, in the transitional.
I think it was added, the attorney added that actually. I believe.
Yeah, I know, but we can't require you to give it. So that's why it shouldn't be there.
Maybe my internet connection.
Yeah. We almost don't have 30 days to give us notice for that one.
I understand the language on it. It's just the time frame that's given is kind of, doesn't make sense in relation to what the dates of the contract are.
Yeah, I think so, but I don't remember seeing it on the other one.
And the formatting is all weird on this. My English teacher is like. I love it.
Must be a Google Doc.
It's not, it's a Word doc. It's a Word. That's not a problem.
Even worse.
So did you guys want to remove 5 or?
I just, my concern about removing 5 is there's language in there that is appropriate. It's just, I think the time frame is the thing that's kind of, is a little bit different. I mean, the beginning of the language that, in that first sentence is appropriate. It's just what they're trying to prevent is, which I know it's not gonna happen, is Dr. Spaletta just jumping ship and leaving us out there, right? That's what they're trying to prevent. But I think that,
Like all, like teachers as well.
yeah, I just think the language is the 30 days being is that it's a transitional contract. I don't know if we can shorten that, if that's gonna kind of make us go sideways with the lawyers or what.
So I don't even see it as applicable at all, because it is an interim contract. It is something that he's doing not to jeopardize his full contract. And I think it should be completely, hold harmless to the regular contract unless there's, some significant, malfeasance.
Do you want to put 2 weeks?
No, say, this is a temporary thing where he's helping us out and he's jumping ahead of the assignment. If it were that there was an injury to one of his family members and he decided, you know what, I really need to take care of this, he should have that option without it having any detrimental effect on his full contract. This is a temporary thing that he's doing to benefit us as well as himself, but it shouldn't have any implications on the regular contract should he have a circumstance that he thinks he needs to address in the interim.
So do you guys want to remove number 5?
My concern about removing number 5 is that the lawyers made that language in there is my concern, so.
It's the same on both contracts.
So that's my concern about removing that language.
Keeping that language in there keeps a 30-day notice requirement, that if he doesn't give us that 30-day notice requirement, we will pursue action through this New Mexico Education Department.
Which
And
is that way for teachers as well.
I understand, but there's no way he could come up with a 30-day thing. If it's something we can't enforce, and why would we have it in our contract regardless of who said what?
My opinion in regards to the matters, the language was put in there by the attorney. I mean, and so are we missing something in regards to the contract? That's all.
The only thing between that and that is that this contract starts June 2nd and ends June 30th. And that's the end of it. Regardless of what 30-day notice is. So I'd say just leave it like it is. Okay, we just got the other copies that with the corrections on the 260. Yeah. We've added the 260 days per year with 10 holidays. And then we added all the signature page in the back. Did you get a copy of this? Okay. Entertain a motion to accept. So motion by Mr. Cordova, second. Second by Mr. Molina. Any questions?
This is for the
The
2-year contract. Okay.
And so I gave you each a copy, but I gave you another copy that would be the signatures that would
Yeah.
go in the board.
Yeah, I've got it right here. Any other question? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana? Aye. Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yeah.
Mr. Perry? Congratulations.
So I look forward to working with the board and the staff.
I don't need that. I gave him, she has a copy and I, gave Mr. Sepulveda the original, so you guys will find it.
Let's put it on down the line. So that's. This moves us to the supplemental contract.
I said she said.
Okay.
Took on you. Oh, Ms. Varela wants us to wait a couple of minutes. She's on telephone too.
So the only changes on the supplemental contract is going to be the signature page. We'll add all of the board members to sign. Entertain a motion to accept.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Molina, second. Second by Ms. Cordova. Any other questions on the supplemental contract? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana. Mr. Guadiana abstains.
Only because of the purposes of that one paragraph.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo. Motion carries. As soon as we get the page with the supplemental, with all the signatures. Sign down.
Okay, so then, what?
Yes.
Is there any way you can, put all the signatures on one page instead of going to the other page?
That was the formatting, I was just.
Can you move up this?
Yeah.
All right. You do this like across?
Yeah. That's
Take
how
up that space.
I don't know.
I should just drive to the wrong side and take this side.
I can just.
Go ahead and give those. Did you reach it?
I can't on the bottom, I made it real small.
How bad, right?
No, I mean,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Are you need to put that? Okay.
You probably need to make a copy for
Yes.
Mr. Solera.
I have to, is there a date on? Yeah. Can you sign it, Dr. Shalata? Can you sign and date it? Because I'll have to make copies for your file and for the finance department and for my file.
As soon as we do the other one, we'll get the supplemental contract.
Yeah, so I'll have to make copies of it. So I'll grab the other one. Yeah. Yeah. So you're going to put my phone on. Oh, I know, sorry. I'm gonna
If you're gonna be, make sure you let us know, May 30th, before you start. Or you get out the 30 days in.
I think I'll be there.
That's right, it might be short still.
you all need a copy before you can sign this? Because there's a paper jam, so.
I don't think. So Ms. Davis will fix it,
And I
but we
think
can
I
use
can
this one
email
as
you
the
guys.
signature line.
I'll email the contract. Can I sign it first?
And then, where's the signature one, the other one?
Mrs. Davis has it.
Okay.
Be nice for tomorrow morning at 6:30.
She is.
Since it's all black.
And then when you make a copy, you need a copy for the. Alright, so are you ready for item F?
Yeah.
Okay, so, Mr. President, members of the board, on item F as an action item, we have David Chavez. Online, we also have, Dr. Spoletta. We had talked at the last meeting that, based on his entry plan that he had presented in his interview, Dr. Spoletta would like to change the date of the strategic plan. Right now, I believe we have it scheduled for May 31st, I think. And so Dr. Spoletta wants to start off by talking about his entry plan and how the strategic plan would fit in. And then David Chavez will come on. He has sent a revised schedule from CES as to what the new dates would look like for the strategic plan based on
doing the entry plan first. So Dr. Spalletta, you want to start?
Thank you. So I gave everybody an updated entry plan, and I previously gave you a timeline that David and I had talked about. We revised that since I think starting a month earlier. So there's just a few pages. I'm not going to go through all of it, but the purpose of the entry plan is to do some transition activities to listen, learn, and then start leading. And the strategic plan is it involves a plan to achieve the goals of the district. So David and I spoke, and he thought that it would really be important that I did the entry plan first and that we didn't do them both at the same time. Page 3, you can see the outcomes of the entry plan, kind of what I'm trying to accomplish by the end of the entry plan. I'm trying to get to know everybody before making any decisions, trying to build committees, trying to find out what the main data is telling us about the district. So starting June 2nd, which would be my first day, would start phase 1 of the entry plan. That's the listening phase. So during this time, I would meet with board members, principals, staff, community members, parents, students, and local leaders, really to get to know each other. Personal introductions, relationships, build trust, rapport with all of these stakeholders. The next phase, August 4th through October 15th, would be again learning about the district by engaging all of the stakeholders, feedback, collecting data. And then the last part is October 16th to November 15th. That's the leading phase, where I might actually build some committees, talk about some action steps for the future. And so that would lead right into strategic plan, which hopefully would start in the middle of November and finish by January. So we would have both an entry plan and a strategic plan in a relatively short amount of time. So David and I have worked together to put together this timeline. I think David is online and would like to talk to you a little bit about the strategic plan.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions? And I'll talk to you more about the entry plan over the next few board meetings.
David, are you there?
I am. And
I sent copies of what you sent me this afternoon.
okay. Good evening, President Sepulveda, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Varela, and incoming Superintendent Spalletta. Thank you for allowing me to zoom in this evening. Essentially, what Dr. Spalletta is correct. He and I have visited. I truly admire and appreciate the entry plan that he has provided for you, the board, and the community. I think it's important for a superintendent to not come in and make changes just for the sake of changing. I think the process that he is proposing to follow, which is listening to the community, listening to your staff, listening to you all as board members, seeing as to what is working well, and then learning from the community as to what recommendations, suggestions they might have in terms of improving the district, which leads right into what would need to be information one would need to have as you begin working on a strategic plan. So after that phase, Dr. Spalletta would go through in terms of learning about the district, informing himself about the district. We have looked at a timeline that would coincide with the work that he plans to do initially. By modifying what I had initially proposed, we would actually begin November the 14th by gathering the names of the individuals that would be attending the meeting. And you see the milestones there. I'm not going to repeat what I shared with you at the last meeting, The only thing that has changed is the timeline for implementation. Everything on the dates that are noted would still remain the same. We would have the community needs assessment. After the community needs assessment, I would put that report together. I would then come back to the board, give you an overview of what we learned through the community needs assessment. That would then inform the work that would follow, which would be another work session with the board, where you would review your vision, mission, and core values. And if there are any modifications to be made to those, that would be the time to do that. And then identify with the leadership team, as I recommended, identify the goals for the district. Then the work would then shift over to Superintendent Spalletta and his leadership team in terms of putting together the action plans that would then address the goals. There would be another work session with the board to review what has been developed by way of action plans, give you an opportunity to review, modify, add to that work. And then that would then lead to the final plan with that timeline being completed by January the 23rd. So there'd be a start date of November and then an end date on January 23rd, where that plan would then be, final plan would then be presented to you, the Board of Education. I'd stand for any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Yes, I have a question. The role of the board is at the forefront of establishing strategic plan. And I appreciate the data gathering, and I appreciate the participation of so many different aspects of the community in this process, and I fully support that. However, as members of the board, I'm sure we all have things that we've identified as priorities and need to work on in terms of setting a goal for evaluation, as well as what I see stopping the hemorrhage of losing teachers, losing students. So if there's something that can be kind of like a triage that we can put forward to start out with, I think would help us, one, demonstrate to the community our seriousness in terms of meeting our requirements as a board, including having budgets prepared the way they're supposed to, and down to the itemized sections of each school, student-teacher ratios, involvement with curriculum, the audits part of it, where we're continuing to comply with recommendations and ensuring compliance with recommendations that are made. These things are hot button issues that I don't think we could wait that long to develop into a criteria that we'll look at. These are operational things that need to start, and including the naming of the audit committees and the finance committee, and putting an infrastructure of committees at each individual school that we're supposed to have already. These are things that we lack, that we need to do, and we need to put as a priority. So if you can adjust that, so we can do a triage of those items that are immediately necessary. And I think we'll support your effort in getting participation by taking some meaningful action right up front that will demonstrate our commitment to put ourselves back on course.
President Sepulveda, and I believe it was Member Guadiana that was.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No worries. I thought I was correct. I don't disagree with what your observation. I think part of what could be included in this would be communication is always can act as a barrier, and it can also act as something that is not done proactively and to inform the community. what you mentioned are items that are probably already in place. So it's just a matter of revisiting the committees that you mentioned, the audit committee and the finance committee, and looking at their roles, functions. I'm assuming that that's probably already in place within the district. So it'd be a matter of developing a communications plan that what you just mentioned is critical to the operations of the district. That communication plans would include, here are the things that are already in place, and then here is the timeline then to improve and make things better by putting these in the form of a strategic plan. Many of the items that districts are responsible for are siloed types of plans. So you have a facility master plan, for example, that you have to keep track of as a district. You have a federal programs plan that you have to keep track of as a district. Those are documents that you probably already have in place, I'm going to assume, because those are required documents. That what I'm suggesting, that once you have your strategic plan in place, you could actually place an appendix to your plan that would then have links. So that is, in a board meeting, you're wanting to refer to your facility master plan, you would simply go to that link and it would call your master plan up, and you can address it in a meeting if need be. So I think there are ways that you're going to see the savings of time, the ability to condense some of the things that you're doing within the district. And you may already be doing some of these things. You just simply capture it in the strategic plan as to how you're managing that as a district. You will have templates that you will be able to use. I heard the superintendent's evaluation and wanting to put a process in place for that to occur. I think you probably have your own evaluation instrument for the superintendent. This would simply augment and add to what you could use for that process. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I think there's a way that we can come together, still keep the timeline that we have in place, and if need be, and if they want my services in the district to begin work in June in meetings with Superintendent Spalletta, and if I can contribute to that, I'd be more than happy to add whatever I can to that process.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I think you have an expectation of these structures being in place, and they may be in place. As to whether they're functioning or not is maybe a different story. And so that's what I mean by the triage. All the elements and some of the things you mentioned already, like the alignment of federal or the planned that we have with the federal programs. At least I don't see that documented anywhere. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is a triage of those core elements to see where we're at and what we need to do to move that in a direction as expeditiously as possible, because they are core elements of our operation. And so I think that can be built into the structure that you have, and it can be, as I said, a triage, a very cursory look at it and cursory direction in terms of what to do, but a finalized, definitive explanation of what those roles are in the strategic plan months later, as we go through the process.
President Sepulveda, Member Guadiana, I believe that the plan that Superintendent Spalletta has outlined for you will give him the opportunity to engage with the community, engage with you, the board, and begin to the analysis, if you would, of what are the gaps that exist within the district. What are the great qualities that you have within your district? What are the gaps within the district? And then after that 4-month period or 5-month period, he's going to bring that knowledge to the table that he has garnered by those community meetings, and be able to enhance whatever we would put into the strategic plan for the district. And I understand your concerns of needing some of these elements needing immediate attention. I'm sure that would be on Superintendent Spoletta's radar. And I'll stop with that because I think I'm getting into an area that is none of my concern at this point. But I'd be glad to assist in any way prior to that time if needed. But I think once you get through the process of building your strategic plan, that will be your guiding document then that will provide the district with that vision that you need to move forward.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chavez.
Can I make a few comments?
Yeah.
So when, I'm a new board member, when I went to the training in February, one of the sessions talked about how the strategic plan drives everything, the strategic plan. And I remember walking away from that thinking, we don't have a strategic plan. That's a big issue. And so to start the strategic plan in, 9 months after I have found out that this is such a crucial element to our district, it does leave me a little weary. I feel like I go to these trainings, I learn all these things, and then I come back and try to implement them, and nothing is getting done. Is there a way that, myself as a new board member, before this November start date, I can start learning about what is a strategic plan, what it entails, what do other districts have, just some knowledge to build up to this start date, so that on November 14th, I feel like I'm not playing catch up.
President Sepulveda, is it Member Murillo?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I have a document that I can provide for you that outlines in more detail what should be included and what the strategic plan should provide for a school district. I can share that document with Interim Superintendent Varela, and then she can share that information with you. And then whatever questions you might have after reading through that document, I'll provide my contact information, and you can feel free to go through Ms. Varela to pose any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comment?
Mr. President, I have a comment. I really appreciate what you're doing here, Mr. Chavez and Dr. Spoletta. I think what I'm looking at is you're setting a foundation with the entry plan. And the strategic plan is going to be the four walls. It's going to be the house. A lot of the information we're going to gather during the entry plan is going to get used in the strategic plan. So I really do appreciate it. I'm somewhat selfish in this because my summers are extremely busy. So I work for the Forest Service. So being able to contribute to this discussion with the strategic plan and getting pushed back kind of helps me out. Additionally, we got a lot on our plate as a board. We got the policies we're trying to do. We have a brand new superintendent who's trying to get his feet on the ground, and adding a strategic plan, it would be, I wouldn't want it to be half-hearted. So I do appreciate this. I think it's going to work out great. Like I said, with the foundation being put by the entry plan. So I appreciate that. Both of you guys working on that and presenting that to us.
Other questions?
President, it is an action item, so I would recommend that the board accept the revised dates as presented by Dr. Spoletta and Mr. Chavez.
You heard the recommendation. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Molina, second? Second by Ms. Cordova. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you both very
Thank
much.
you, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Nice seeing you.
So, Mr. President, members of the board, we do have on item G, we have a discussion and approval of the imposition of the ETN rate. We do have Regina who has joined us virtually. She did do a presentation at the previous board meeting. The discussion or approval was tabled. The board had asked for a work session on Wednesday, May 18th. Terry and Mr. Arambula and myself were the only ones who attended the work session. So we did, the purpose of the work session was to create a list. Do you want to get Victor? Was to create a list of possible needs that the district would have looking at the educational technology notes. So you do have the list that we created in your packet. And also before that, you have the paper that Regina had given us at one of our work sessions on the uses of the proceeds. So I don't know if the board has any questions either of Mr. Arambula based on the list that we created or any questions of Regina. She is online. Regina, anything you want to add? I know you haven't seen our list. We didn't send it to you. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, members of the board, nothing to add to the last meeting. I think we have answered the questions by the legal counsel as well as myself that were in relation to the statutory requirements. Would be happy to stand for any additional questions on the plan of finance.
Any questions?
I just wanted to go ahead and read what was on the list just for public information. So we didn't give any specific model makes or brands because of the continuous changes in technology. So what we have with the educational technology notes would be upgrades to network switches, upgrades to servers, data storage for backup for a tech center in case of disaster recovery, classroom projectors, interactive whiteboards, interactive projectors, classroom document cameras, device upgrades to staff and student laptops, desktops, Chromebooks, or other student devices that may not necessarily be Chromebooks, depending on where we are at that time. Device management software, non-specific software purchases or subscription renewals, broadcasting sound or communications equipment, voice amplifiers, headphones with microphones. We do require those for some of the tests that students take. Device charging stations, surge protectors, device chargers, multifunctional copy machines, based on rotation basis, 3D printers, drones for STEM programs, and professional development and training centers. So those are just some of our brainstorming ideas of district needs.
Any questions?
I have a question, or several. A lot of these are things that we have already invested in, like the upgrading the network switches, upgrades on the servers. The data backup is new. And that's a real big chunk. And financially, I'm sure that'll be a pretty big chunk. The 3D printers and drone STEM things are kind of, we have some, but certainly more would be better, and better ones would be better. The other stuff is kind of like regular operational items. Perhaps you're looking at something really big in the broadcasting of sound and communications equipment. But one thing that I see lacking glaringly is security cameras.
That's also.
No, because when we looked at this.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't.
All of it, we were gonna ask, but that's the reason why we wanted to hold the workshop there. Let me you guys show that to you.
Is security, I mean, when we looked at the list of uses, we didn't see anything like that on there, so we weren't sure.
Closed circuit? Isn't closed circuit camera system television?
For
Can you hear us?
No.
Did you hear us? That's true.
Regina, are you able to hear us?
Oh, so it kept breaking up. I'm sorry. Could you guys please repeat the question?
Originally, when we started working on our list of needs, one of our big top priorities was security systems, cameras in the schools. We weren't sure when we read through the list if that is covered through the ETN notes.
We can check with the legal counsel. I believe so. But we can definitely check with the legal counsel on the cameras.
But because we also had talked about, upgrades to the fire system, is that acceptable?
Once again, I think if you guys do have a list, those very specific questions, we typically defer to the legal counsel to make sure that they do fall within the definition, because some of the things can seem like a, acceptable item, but is not actually falling under the category of education technology. So we can check with the council on that. I wouldn't be I don't want to give you an answer and then check with the council and get the opposite, because at the end of the day they're really the ones who are kind of confirming everything that falls under the act.
Okay, thank you.
But as I mentioned before, the final list does not have to be determined until June of next year, until we actually issue the technology notes.
Okay.
Yeah, those are some things that we were looking at. It's just the way we were putting it in originally was security, and then everything that falls under security. So we were like, it's hard to get funding for fire system, cameras too.
The wireless, the keyless entry.
Keyless entry. So we're just trying to tie it all. So we're like, we removed it just for the fact that we didn't want to put the wrong wording in there. But at the same time, once it gets to that point, we would know once they move it.
I apologize for not being there. I thought this was one of the policy committee meetings, which I had already done two, and
It was at 5, and then the work session was at 6.
Oh, okay, so that's, so I apologize.
Yeah, myself as well too. I was running around with fires, so sorry about that.
Any other questions?
The plan for developing the list, is it, if it is that it goes on, we don't really have to have it done until the issuance of the bonds. I guess we can develop that later, but it's my concern is our track record on accountability. And it pains me to say this, that I'd actually consider not continuing the burden of tax, because this is to continue the tax rate as it currently exists. So that whenever we come up with the bonds, the general obligation bonds, it will have little or no impact. The general obligation bonds now are at the highest they've been in previous history. The previous bond was $5 million. This one came in at $7 million and yet represented no increase, but it did have an impact on the property tax rate. And to go on at a property tax rate at the $7 million rate, that's what we placed on the general obligation bonds, is problematic to me in that our lack of accountability is something we think that the public takes for granted that it's being done correctly. And I think I have a much more appreciation for this particular bond because it's easier to track, it's easier to see, and I hope we hold accountable. But the performance we had with the general obligation bond is, to me, worrisome. And I feel indebted to the voters to say that I will vote for things that we will hold ourselves accountable for. And I haven't yet established that competence in our workings. I'm hoping Dr. Spalletta will have a much better handle on this. But really, the makeup of the board doesn't push for the accountability. And we've clearly stated that when Mr. Esqueda, Robert Esqueda made his observations of things that we fell short on. And as we go forward, I still worry about that. And those are my comments.
Any other comment?
I have a couple of comments. When this was first proposed to us, it was mainly proposed to us to maintain a stable tax rate. The educational technology part was secondary to it. And I think that goes against the spirit of this act, is that a district determines first it needs educational technology and then decides to impose the property tax. I don't feel comfortable bypassing voters by creating a property tax. I also feel like Mr. Baliana, where the public doesn't have a lot of faith in us and our fiscal management right now, given the promises that were made with the GO bond and unfulfilled. And I don't think it's such a bad thing to give our constituents a property tax relief. Give them a tax relief for a few years. And then when a GO bond comes up and we need it, then going to them and asking them for it. But right now, I don't feel confident that in voting yes for this.
I know, sorry for interrupting, but being held without prejudice on the rest of district business when it comes to any allocated towards technology, we do take that very seriously. Any funding that comes in, we allocate directly for that. It does get distributed in a matter where all the students and staff are being benefited. And it's beneficial for them. Without doing this and going to vote later and increasing taxes, you know, how else are we gonna, if we don't have CARES monies and stuff like that, how else are we gonna work out the monies for technology? We struggle right now, we can't afford it out of the operational budget. You know, staff laptops, those are very expensive. The Chromebooks, those are pricey as well. We're trying to figure out ways of doing it. We can't depend on the legislature to fund everything. You know, I did go after the legislative monies for security. That shut down. In the years past, we go back at least 6 years. When it came to the legislative request, we requested the entire district to get refreshed at that time. And, you know, it would only cost us $500,000 then. You know, they only allocated so much, so we were only able to pursue and phase it out, and we did our wireless. Right now, we're still playing catch up on trying to refresh the entire district. If it wasn't for the CARES, the last CARES and E-rate, 4 campuses still wouldn't be refreshed. You know, and once these ones are done, hopefully, sometime by the end of this year, due to the fact that the shortage of everything, things are starting to trickle in. You know, the summers is when we look like, hey, we're going to be busy, we're going to be getting the district updated and whatnot. With the delay and everything, we're looking at December to February, and that's going to put a big burden. But back to this, you know, this is something I think would be beneficial for the constituents and for the entire community. Don't hold. Yes, there's a lot of stuff that goes on within the rest of the district business, but technology that the kids need and the staff need, I think that should be something that should be looked upon and considered.
And I agree wholeheartedly that we need technology. Another concern I had, and I did email the admin about, is I had heard that there was money to replace broken Chromebooks, and then I had a parent reach out to me that her granddaughter was going to have to pay $20 a month to pay for a Chromebook that was accidentally broken. And $20 a month might not seem like a lot to us, but $20 a month is a lot to some of our families. You know, that's food on the table, or $20 to a Chromebook, you know, and when I look at our budget and I see how much money there is, and I hear that we're taking $20 from our poorest families, I really take issue with that. And so, and I'm not putting this on you, Victor, you know, I just, these are the reasons why I can't vote for this at this time. Maybe a year from now, because we can do a education technology now at a later date. And yes, it will be raising taxes, but that puts the burden on us as a district to prove to our constituents that we will handle their money correctly. And I don't feel like we have that confidence right now.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Everything that you say, I completely support, and it hurts me to even consider not voting for this. However, how many staff do we have in IT? You guys are overworked. It's by design that your capacity is minimal. It's by our design. We allow a budget to go forward that doesn't provide the adequate staffing that you guys need to address the needs of the community, the needs of the district for technology. And that's what bothers me in terms of voting as a school board member, not your guys' performance, not your guys' performance at all, not your guys' intentions, and not the needs of the students. Those things are all right and very viable. And it does pain me to say I consider not supporting this, but I will support it. I will support it, and I will rest it on Dr. Spoleta's hands. Recognizing this is what I mean in terms of what we need to make up with the community. We need to show accountability, and it would, as much as I'd like to join Serena in a no vote to communicate to administration, I think it falls on deaf ears. But I think Dr. Spoleta gives us an opportunity to make sure that it will go in the right direction. I don't know if it's possible to consider a technology bond that would be more reflective of the $5 million rate that would be imposed by a general obligation bond versus the current obligation bond, which is what we had, is the highest that we've ever had. Something in the middle, I think, would be respectful to the community. And the other part is a large part of this money comes from the mine, and having that in, although the tax rate for that is kind of screwy, but having that contribution to this community is essential for us to succeed. And so to bypass that is like biting our nose off to spite our face. And so I will hold my hope on you, Dr. Spoleta, that this goes the way it's supposed to go and it's accountable from day one.
The only thing that I have to say is that on the bond that we have now, we have pretty much completed everything that we said we were gonna do with it. Except for right now, the gym that we're building, and that was because of the inflation in our material. But everything else was done, the baseball field, the football field, the softball field, the well at San Lorenzo, the parking lot at San Lorenzo. All of those things were in there, and there was some technology stuff in there too. And I think we've, correct me, Mr. Pedro, if I'm wrong, but I think we've completed everything other than that building that we're in the process of trying to get done in Central. But anyway, other question?
Well, I guess on that note, on the website, there's a bond update link, and there's nothing there. So
Jackie's working on that. That's something that I had requested her to work on, and so she's starting to work on that. So what I had asked her to have up was pictures of all the bond projects, a spreadsheet that has all the projects start dates, completion dates, how much it costs, any projects going forward, what's the targeted amount projected for the project, and then it would show the completed project. So it has to do start one for bond projects and for the millage. So, I mean, SB9.
Yes, and we'll be working on that next week. We scheduled to meet next week. Ms. Riley and myself, so we can work on it, so I can get her the dates and things of that nature.
And you make that statement, Mr. Sepulveda, with all due respect, regardless of whether, with indifference to the finding of Mr. Esqueda, your statement, if he hadn't found that, your statement would remain the same, and we would have paid for services not rendered. And that really destroys the trust of the community. And to not go farther and say, we will hold a full accountability, we'll hold full accountability and transparency for all the expenditures 2 years after we passed the bond, 3 years after we passed the bond, is the predicament that at least Serena and I see.
Other questions? Have a recommendation?
So, Mr. President, members of the board, I would recommend that we approve the imposition of the educational technology note as well as been presented by Regina.
Here's the recommendation. Do we hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Cordova, second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions?
I would suggest an amendment that would lower it to the rate of $5 million per year. The tax rate that would be reflective of $5 million general obligation bond.
Do we have a choice on that when it's coming from tax dollars?
Regina, can you address
Yes.
that?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, the rate will be set at to maintain the overall stable, the same tax rate. However, the actual amount of the technology note will be determined next year based on the collections. So 5 million is definitely not what we would be expecting for you to even issue nearly close in the technology funding next year.
I think you had given us an estimated amount of 400,000.
Yeah, we're looking, based on we're still waiting to receive valuation amounts from the county assessors alongside your cash balance. And if, let's say, we will impose about a $3 ETN rate, that would generate about 1.5 times of what you're currently collecting in your SB9 fund. So approximately, $600,000 or so. However, once again, we will not be determining that final rate until August timeframe, because once again, the main goal of this tax rate imposition is to maintain your overall total rate level until the district goes back out to voters for geo authorization.
However, what is discretionary? I understand what you're trying to do, but do we have more latitude than just that?
In terms of the amount of issuance or the amount? So, I mean, we obviously recommend to maintain that rate level. So again, if the district wants to drop the tax rate, then we can reduce the tax rate. That's the main purpose really of this. And again, whatever the extra is generated from the tax dollars will be used to be placed as a education technology note overnight loan, whether it's $400,000 or $600,000.
Okay.
Thank you, Regina. Other question? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana?
No, not at the current rate.
Mr. Molina,
Yes.
myself, yes, Ms. Cordova,
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
No.
Let the record show that Ms. Murillo and Mr. Guadiana voted no. Mr. Molina, myself, and Mr. Cordova voted yes. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Regina.
Thank you.
Move this to item H.
Item H is finance, but income this way. Do we need a quick restroom break?
Come on, water, this is.
No, but you can fill your bottle. There's a water machine in the.
And it's filtered and it's cold.
Did you give?
What's your number?
Much more did the fire increase today? Oh, black. Sure.
20,000 acres by now.
I was talking to someone that were up there. Guys that were up there and they were saying that that fire's going nuts every different direction.
So pretty extreme fire behavior. I mean, it's.
I just remember like, I was thinking about the diamond fire when I was working that one and couldn't believe it crowned at like 2 o'clock in the morning, man. It was burning so intense.
We just got some like historic levels in regards to fire behavior and conditions on the ground. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
And that's range rugged though.
Oh, it's the wilderness. It's pretty.
We hunted there on that 16B. We went down by horse. So they were talking about, Tom Moore and, and all that. I was like, oh man, that's right in our area. We'll go down.
They're not there anymore.
We got one out there this year.
It's like matchsticks out there. It's pretty. It's pretty sad.
My cousin Robert. Yeah, that's what he put in for it. That's what he got for out. 16B.
Pretty sad, actually.
I told him, I said, hey, I guess we'll be staying home because he.
Already put in a couple of years.
You know what? He's the only one out of all of us that put in there. Everybody I talked to, he's the only one showing out. Even the guys that are archery, they didn't draw. So, I mean, he was the only one. So everybody's like, we'll go help you. We'll load the horses up and we'll go with you just to ride and stuff. And so we'll be staying home. I lost him out of one.
I know.
Now, when they were talking about the behavior, they're all thinking, it'd be intense, man. And then the way it was jumping, I mean, just the first week, the amounts it was cut jumping.
We were closing areas, and by the time we closed an area, it was already past it. So,
yeah. How does it look for you? You know where Billy Mice has his place he's building on? It's still a little bit north from, south of there, right?
It's north of that. It's north of Billy's place.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. As far as I know, I mean, looking at the map.
Place how he's put it up.
Yeah, it's really nice. Just tell me about it. So yeah,
It's gonna help a lot of the veterans and law enforcement stuff. I think it's gonna be great. What he has planned.
Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and start with the finance. First item on the agenda is the fine arts grant. So you do have a copy of the narrative in your packet. The fine arts is actually part of the SEG, so we did approve the funding for the elementary fine arts when we did the overall budget.
So what you have in your packet is highlighted elementary fine arts, and that's what will be generated from the elementary fine arts in the SCG to go along with the narrative. So the budget isn't actually, it's actually being approved through the SCG as the PED works through it. And so all the recommendation would be for the narrative.
And the narrative really didn't change a lot from last year. When I did run it through Mr. Lewis, who made just a couple of minor recommendations on the narrative application. So I would recommend the approval of the narrative of the fine arts and the.
Here's the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Ms. Murillo, second. Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any question?
How much are we requesting?
It's not a request, it's,
We're applying for.
It's in your packet, it's $145,000. 145,675.84. It was right in front of the fine arts application.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Single sheet with highlighted amounts like this.
So there's no breakout other than the total amount? In terms of how it's gonna be spent?
The breakout was done on the budget itself with the music teachers, right? Music and art. And that pretty much takes up $145,000, so the district would have to put in from other funding sources to do the entire program, because $145,000 doesn't cover even 2 salaries plus benefits.
So other funding that we would look at is, well, other areas would be to bring back. At one point, we had dance at the elementary, so we'd like to advertise for that and still have the dance. So we have the dance teacher go around to each of the elementary schools and do a 6-week during PE. And then I've already talked with Ms. Brown from Silver, and we are looking at again jointly doing the PE program.
The Disney?
We would do, I think, it's Wizard of Oz that we had already purchased last year. And then we weren't able to do it because of COVID. We've already had the first one.
I'm sorry. Here's the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
We have a motion.
Motion already, I'm sorry. For the mañana. Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova. Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The second one in there is the Title III application, and you'll see the Title III allocation is $5,795.25 minus the indirect cost of $210.01, which leaves an amount of $5,585.28. And looking at the application, what that would be used for is to purchase licenses for use of Imagine Learning by our English language learner students. Because the amount is less than $10,000, the money would go through the consortium in the REC. And they would manage this for us. And so they would be the ones to submit the purchase order.
They would actually be the ones that build the budget. All we're doing is presenting the application. The budget is actually presented through the REC, and any requisitions that we make for Imagine Learning would go through directly through the REC. So they're our fiscal agent for this particular round. So we're not the ones that get the funding or ask for reimbursement. All we do is write the application, and the arts.
So I recommend approval of the Title III application as presented.
Yes, the recommendation to hear motion. Motion by Mr. Cordova, second. Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item B.
Item B would be the Title I application. So the Title I application, we have an allocation of $387,090.81. So what we have budgeted in this one is $36,157 for summer program. SNEL typically has a summer jumpstart program, and then we have a pre-K jumpstart program. So what we would help fund with the pre-K, because we get separate funding to pay for the pre-K teacher and the pre-K aide. So we would look at this summer set aside to help with transportation for pre-K.
Hold on just a second. So in front of it, you have the budget sheet. So since we're asking for approval of the application and the budget should match up with the application as she's presenting it. So if you look at the $36,000 for summer school that she indicated, you see it online where it says job class 1621, that's summer school and after school. And so those line items tied to what she's gonna explain the different areas. And that's what we discussed in finance as far as, the areas that needed to be funded.
Okay, thank you. So we keep going through the application on module 10.1. We have $26,846 set aside for a 3Y aide at Baird Elementary, $26,861.21 for a pre-K aide at Hurley. If you remember when Ms. Pugmire came and presented the last time, Enrico will be covering the teacher in the 3Y programs. We're covering the aide. So that's a total of $53,707.21. If we go to module 11, we have $500 set aside for homeless, which can be used for food, clothing, lodging, birth certificates, bus passes, anything of that nature. We also have on module 16 site allocations for each of the schools. You can see what the site allocations are there. A large portion of that is to help split fund some of the staff. As all staff in our district are Title I staff, there's some additional funding there for each school to also look at some of their individual needs and what they may need to be able to support students.
The only one that doesn't have a site allocation is the high school, because high school is not a Title I school.
It's the elementaries and the middle school. Go ahead.
I have a question. On the last page where you have the individual schools, you have hiring, staff for reading, hiring staff for math. These are new positions or existing positions?
There are existing positions on this one right here.
They're existing positions? And so this.
So there's, as I said, there is to split fund classroom teachers at the elementary, and they are reading teachers, they are math teachers, and at the middle school, we split fund the the ELA teachers and the math teachers.
So these are individual teachers, so it says hire staff for reading, that's just one hire staff for math?
No, when you look at the budget sheet here, the other one, if you look on job class 1411, that's a teacher. And you have 193,000 and you have FTEs 2.30. That's not actually just two and almost a half FTE. what that is like 10% of their salary, or 10% of their salary is being taken from Title I for the elementary teachers, for part of their day where they teach reading and math.
So it's kind of a misnomer to say hire staff for reading. It's more like augment reading teacher salary.
That's the template. So the template assumes from year to year that it's a new contract with, so you're hiring, I mean, we could say rehire, but it's just the template, the way it states it, that we're using that funding to fund some salaries.
And it's only to augment other funded portions of that person's salary.
Right, exactly. It's to split funded. And so when you look down on the budget sheet, the 1413, just to clarify, is kindergarten. That's the job class for kindergarten. The 1714 is what she was talking about, the aides, and then the summer school. And then the other portion would be your indirect cost, which is the 53713, and then your homeless. And the 10,000 is the software, which would be site allocations for accelerated reading programs.
What was the 1411 for?
The 1411 is a regular ed teacher.
So, Mr. President, I recommend approval of the Title, well, we need to do the carryover.
Oh, yeah, because the total that she told you right now was $387,090.81. But if you look on the revenue source, and the total budget is $459,314. So that comes from budgeting carryover. So that's also in your packet as you continue. Your carryover is your next phase.
Because we did it all to summer program.
No, we took it back out to Assemblies.
Oh, yes, I remember right. Okay, so with the carryover, we have 2,500 in indirect costs, but then the rest of it, the 69,723, we put to site allocations. The main reason that we did that is right now at Bayard Elementary, we have 2 kindergarten teachers, but it looks like we're gonna have 31 kindergarten students that are already registered. We have 28 and we have 3 more that are in the 4Y program that have not registered yet. So we're either gonna need to hire another teacher or an educational assistant to help cover the overloads in kindergarten. Same thing at Central Elementary. We have 1 teacher in kindergarten. We have 14 kindergarten students, and we have 2 4Y students that haven't pre-registered. Tendency is that once school starts, we have other parents show up with kids that were not pre-registered. So at that point, when we get the bodies in, we typically need another teacher or an educational assistant to help with the overload because kindergarten should be at 14 students. So the carryover, we budgeted it as site allocations in case we need to hire aides, more than likely, yes, and possibly a teacher at Bayard and/or Central. So this would cover 1 school. 2 schools if it's aides, 1 school if it's a teacher.
And there were tables provided that would provide descriptions for things like allocations and things in there. Is that
That wasn't required. The only one that was required was the last one, the site allocation,
Yeah,
where it says money will be used for class size reduction.
Okay.
So now, I recommend approval of the Title I budget and carryover as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? So moved. Motion by Mr. Molina, second. Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova. Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Title II.
Okay, next one is Title II. Again, you have the budget sheet in the front, and then you have the application, so I'll go through the application. We have $46,215.92. So we do have indirect costs of $1,674.75. If we go to, I believe it's the third page, we have money set aside for mentors and mentees. Bayard Elementary, 2,500, Central Elementary, 2,500, Early 2,000, San Lorenzo 2,000, Snell Middle School 3,000, and Cobre High School 3,000. We also have some money, $3,000 set aside for professional development for designing coherent instruction. We have $7,000 set aside for licensure, which would help cover any teachers who take courses in specific areas, because Title II does specify which classes they cover. So it covers reading classes, math classes, science, technology. So those classes are covered. What happens is that the teacher registers for the classes, the teacher pays for the classes, we encumber the money, and then when the teacher finishes at the end of the semester, he or she submits their grades, and they get reimbursed for the courses that they took. So $7,000 set aside for that. We also have $8,000 set aside for teachers that are on an alternative pathway and decide to go the LEAP route. So what that money covers is all their textbooks, and it also covers, they have to pay $1,000 tuition fee for the fall, $1,000 for the spring. And then if they do any travel, this year was minimum travel. Most of their classes and coursework were done virtually. I know they have a face-to-face session that they have to attend in June. So it covers their face-to-face sessions, school vehicle for gas, it covers their hotel, and it covers their meal reimbursement. And then additional funds here of $11,541.17 to also help with the class size reduction, because we know that in the other application, it wouldn't be enough to cover teachers. So this would also be for looking at central class size reduction for kindergarten specifically. And you have the budget sheet in front. So, Mr. President, I recommend approval of the Title II application as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear motion? And budget. Do I hear motion? Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana? Aye. Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion passes. Title IV.
Okay, next, budget and application you have in front of you is a Title IV application. With projected carryover as well. So on this one, we have, dual credit, $5,500 set aside for that, which would assist students with purchasing textbooks that are enrolled in any dual credit courses. We have $4,000 set aside for Safe School Ambassadors for SNAL to provide training for their students and their staff. We also have $2,500 set aside for a smart music interactive software program that Mr. Gearhart uses. We have $5,772 set aside for structured learning environment. So this year we were able to provide some additional funding to Snell Middle School to create a calm down area for students that just need a quiet, safe place to go to. So this would allow any other schools that would like to purchase some materials to provide calm down areas in their schools. And the other one is $9,625 for Safe School Assemblies. So originally, we were looking at being able to hire a social emotional teacher at the elementary. But as we brought that to one of the meetings when we were doing finance, we did do away with that position. So in talking with some of the principals, I know that this year we provided an assembly for all the elementary students. They traveled to the high school, and it was an assembly on anti-bullying. So we'd like to be able to bring some assemblies like that into the Fine Arts Auditorium for all students, so elementary altogether, and then looking at secondary, whatever assemblies they would like to have as well. Minimally once a semester, but preferably every quarter, depending on how much the assemblies would cost. So that's what that one would be for. We also have $383 set aside for assistive technology. And then an additional $52,000 for summer jumpstart program. Again, middle school and high school typically do those. And then for additional funding for transportation on for pre-K and for the middle school, which is this year. But then this money is for next year. So depending on which programs we have, whether the high school usually has credit recovery, but this year they're not doing it. So that would usually be middle school, high school, and pre-K.
I have a quick question on the structured learning environment, the big space. So $5,000 were spent to create that space?
No, that's budgeted for next year for any schools who want some money to be able to buy materials to create that space.
Any school.
Any school, that, yes. I think this year we spent, maybe it was close to like 400 at SNEL to provide them with some stuff that they wanted. And we, you know, just allowed them to purchase whatever they felt they needed, and that's what it came out. So I recommend approval of the Title IV application and budget as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Cordova, second. Second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions?
One kind of a technical question. On the cover sheet, you have the $60,229 projected carryover. How does it get carried over? Is it multi-year?
Yeah, this one was a multi-year fund.
Okay. That's all I need. Thank you.
Okay, next we have, idea. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Idea B.
Well, yeah, and then we have some couple here that will need you to sign before you leave. Okay. So the next application is Idea B. Ms. Minus couldn't be here, so Ms. Hogan will go ahead and go through the the Idea B application.
Okay, so you have two cover sheets in front, which there are two different, there are two separate funding lines, which is 24106 and 24109. The 24106 is Idea B entitlement, which is a regular special ed. The second one is 24109, which is Idea B preschool. So if, to jump to the application contains both on one grant application. So, if we look at the cover sheet, just real quick for Idea B preschool, because that's real quick, it's funding, half a position for a 3Y, 8. So at San Lorenzo, we have, half a position funded for the 3Y under the SPED program. Okay, the rest of the application encompasses the whole Idea B program. So that's for special ed, and basically it's $363,184 is the total budgeted for the year. $42,000 would be in substitutes. In compensation for teachers, the 1412 would be to assist with the deaf and hard of hearing teacher. So that's why that's 0.65, because it wouldn't be a full-time, but it is taking into account the salaries and benefits for that part-time deaf and hard of hearing teacher. We're also covering 4 instructional assistants. Those are 1-to-1 aides for students that need 1-to-1 assistance for the aides. The 12-17 job class on here is considered the work experience for the high school kids that qualify for that program where they can get work experience or work study positions. So that's your $12,000 for the 12-17 job class. And then professional development, $8,000. And that's under the 2100 function, which is for your ancillary positions. You have $25,000, and that's your contracted services, and $25,000 would be provide comprehensive evaluations, assistive technology evaluations, and also any other specialty evaluation that students may need. There's supplies and materials under the 2100 function. It's $3,000. As you remember, you approved the carryover, which was over $300,000. So the application is written with limited supplies because we're hoping that most of the supplies we can get out of the carryover and be able to start the year with adequate supplies. Your 12-17 under your 2300 function is your sped secretary. So for that area, your sped secretary, and then your indirect cost is your 53713, and then your 55112 is our transportation contract to provide 2 buses. Oh no, it's 49,000, so it's 3 buses. And so that's your idea of the application. Do you have any questions?
Recommend approval of the ID of the application and budget as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Ms. Murillo, second? Second. Second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. Yeah, you have 8 numbers, but you have like objective number 6. It says local charters, sections 1 and 2. Does that refer to local charter schools?
Where would
It's would get to objective 6.
I know that on some of the other title applications that is in there because charter schools also use the same application, so there are a couple, like that doesn't generally pertain to us.
Yeah.
We only have funding requested. If you look on your header page under objective 1, 2, and 3, that's the only places that we have money as requested.
That section objective number 6, section 1 and 2 has 363,184.20 cents. And the same amount is also on private schools.
Budget.
That's the total budget.
Why don't we have a budget for charters and private schools?
We don't. Objective 6.
Because what they do is
It's bringing down and then carrying over the basic allocation. So if you look at the column,
Those numbers shouldn't be there?
usually the state carries them down and fills them in. We go in and put where those zeros are, that's what we would go in and put.
But you have a 0 and then a 5 on the first one. It says Cobre Consolidated 0, and then the next number is 0, and then the next number is 5.
yeah, I see it. I don't know. We can look at it to make sure before we actually hit submit that that's all zeroed out accordingly. Because where she puts at the total at the top is coming from the individual objective objectives. So if we had anything in objective 6, it would show on the header page as something in there. So there's 0. Okay. But we'll make sure just to, yeah, before we get submitted.
Okay. Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Move this to item C.
Item C is breakfast after the bell.
The only thing we have on here is an allocation table that shows Cobre Schools is receiving $34,707, and it is broken down in the 4 elementary schools accordingly, so 11,000, 12,000, 7,000, and 3,000 respectively on the table, add up to the 34. And the only thing budgeted for after breakfast, after the bell, is for food. So that is your food line item, 56,116, and it would go all to purchase food for breakfast.
I recommend approval of the breakfast after the bell budget as presented.
You heard the recommendation. Do you hear a motion?
So
Motion by Ms. Murillo. Second? Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Food service.
So, the food service budget is different from the grant applications that you're looking at because they generate their funding based on the revenue that is reimbursed for the meals from the year before and the projected revenue to go forward. So if you look at the top areas of revenues, you have your top line, which is your projected cash balance, and then your projected revenue. If you look at estimated, that's what they had this year, and the reason they generated more money this year than they would generate next year is that this year was seamless summer, and they get reimbursed at a higher rate for seamless summer than they would on a regular national school lunch and breakfast program. So what we did is went back to before COVID, before they were seamless summer, and looked at the average reimbursement rate and what they generated before we went into COVID. And that was roughly $150,000 that they generated. Carrying over cash balance, and the reason you carry over cash balance is you've got to run your actual seamless summer program, which would be your June and July, so you have to purchase food, and you also have to hire people to run the summer lunch program. So that's why you would have any carryover that you would want to save for those programs to go forward. So your budget, your projected budget for next year would be 1.145251. And so when we're talking with the staff, as staff were presenting, and we realized that they do have a point in seniority. Obviously, they deserve to be paid, according to what they're doing. On the other hand, when you look at the constraints of what they're generating, and what they're generating is based on the student count. So when we were talking, with the operational budget, it's student count drives your revenue. And if you don't have the number of kids that we had before, they're obviously not going to generate the amount of money that they would generate, if we had a higher population of students. So you have your constraint of your budget, and you have the considerations of the seniority, the considerations of how much staff they need, how short-handed they are. So there's a balance between telling them, we can spend more money on salaries, but we also want to be careful not to skip on money on food. Because we never want to give the message that we want them to provide less meals, less food. And so there's a balance between that. If you look on the back, so basically what you have on here in the front before we flip is the director is at the top, and then the substitutes. And as we were talking, we realized that she's running partly on substitutes. So what she has been spending on substitutes is right around $65,000 for sick leave and $10,000 for other leave if she doesn't have somebody that's replacing or whatever. So she's got like $75,000 budgeted in substitutes, where that could constitute maybe another position. So there's a balance there as well. If she can hire another position, she'd have to hire them with full benefits and so forth. On the back side, we have your food, your actual food. And so that's the 56116, which is about 563,000. So we're looking at almost 600,000 of her $1.1 million in just food. So, when you look at balancing out how much can we pay the staff, of course we want to pay the staff accordingly, but how much money do we have, to be able to do that? So this is the budget as it's currently reflected with what the staff based on the $17, $16, $15 that we can go to next year with the manager, cook, and server positions. Now when this doesn't reflect the seniority, it just doesn't. And so we would have to, look at the budget further if we want to look at seniority, which we are. But do we hold up this budget and not be able to pay it in July? Because we don't have a budget. So there's that. So any discussion from,
That was a lot.
So you'll notice the 11, this is budgeted for 11 positions, so that does leave her room to hire two.
Here's 9, 12 including the.
She has 9 and 3 subs. So this does leave her room. She lost 2 workers this year. That does leave her room to replace this.
And this is comprehensive in terms of the money that comes there. There's no other grants, there's no other allocations for dietary in any other source?
The breakfast after the bell is $34,000, which they, are on a reimbursement basis. So as they feed the breakfasts, then we turn around and pay the food service program for the breakfast that they up to the $34,000, which is not, it's nominal as far as the amount of food that they're serving.
So back to the question, this represents the entire amount of money that's paid for food services? There's not any other,
This is food service, yeah.
Okay.
So recommend approval of the food service budget as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Cordova, second? Second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
That's it. Sorry.
Okay, that takes us to item D. We have several bars. The first one is pre-K modification grant award.
So now we're back to this current year. So the letter that you have for the pre-K modification is for both the FY22, which is right now, which they're asking us to budget $1,860 to be able to give the pre-K area, the New Mexico pre-K, the 3% of the last quarter of your salary. So, we're looking at that for, I'd have to ask Dee if that 1,800, I don't think it quite covered, so we have to cover some of the pre-K area with operational still. The letter also includes an FY23 49,000 for next year, but that template wasn't open like these ones were to be able to put the budget, so that's gonna be on our next presentation to the next board meeting that shows that we're budgeting that 49,000. So all we're asking for approval is the current year of $1,860.
It's not going to cover that 3%, right? So we're gonna have to
We
find it.
have to supplement
We're gonna
it.
have to find it somewhere else.
Yeah. And it wasn't by much, it wasn't by too much, maybe like $200, $300, but I have to.
In this forum where we have present budget, there has to be a budget existing for this expense other than just what we're adding now.
No, this was a new fund that they put in just specifically.
But in that
for
line
this
item,
purpose.
what is that, the 1414?
They actually allocated a new fund number, so there is nothing in this fund. This is a brand new fund that they used just for this purpose.
A brand new revenue, correct?
A brand new fund number, so yeah, it's brand new revenue, brand new everything, so. we
Brand new
don't-
expenditures?
This is all they're asking us to budget under this fund number.
So the 28208, that's
So-
the fund number, that's the new one.
Right, so pre-K in New Mexico pre-K, the fund number is 27149. So the 27149 obviously has the salaries that are current right now, but the 28208 doesn't. So when you plug this into the brand new fund number, it doesn't have anything in it. Okay.
So I recommend approval of the pre-K modification grant award for this year as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? So moved. Motion by Mr. Molina, second? Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The next one is an open SIAD grant award in the amount of $3,400.
So that one is indicated for 2 teachers at Snow, right? That was awarded for 2.
It's supplies and materials for 2 teachers who are part of the open SIAD program.
At Snow Middle School.
And so what this money would be used for is to, because the teachers did receive the kits this year free from the state. So this money would be used to purchase the next 2 kits, which the state recommends, which is kit 2 and kit 4 for grade 6, 7, and 8. The kits actually come out to $6,700, I believe. So the rest would be supplemented out of operation.
For the MESA program or?
It's for science, it's for regular science curriculum. So I recommend approval of the open SIAD budget as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Ms. Murillo, second? Second. Second by Mr. Molina. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo. Motion carries.
The next one is family income index. If you remember sometime in the fall, we had brought a budget forward knowing that we may have to do an adjustment if we couldn't find the interventionist that Bear Elementary was looking for. And so that's what this is. This is an amendment to the budget that was presented back in the fall.
So what we did is, if you notice that additional compensation 51300 object code, we're taking the money out of their 15,275, and she's allocating that to actual salary, for a part-time,
Intervention.
intervention. Right.
In grades 3, 4, and 5.
For Bayard Elementary. And then the other thing is that she added, $1,200 on her, she has this budget sheet that's behind it that, indicates the professional development is the Orton Gillingham workshop fee for reading interventions. So all she did was shift $15,275 into the other two line items that she needed to fund. So that's why it zeroes out. The document total is 0 because it's just moving money from one area to the other.
I recommend approval of the family income index adjustment as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Ms. Murillo, second? Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions?
So the $15,000 reduction leaves 65,000 to 2,525 and 225. And that represents the full FTE pay for the one teacher?
If you look at her sheet back here, she kind of broke it down by providing some additional compensation. Stipends for letters, for reading horizons, for STEM, and then compensation for staff that's not supporting, but in charge of the MLSS program at Bayard Elementary. So that's what those additional compensations went under those areas.
And after school tutoring and enrichment and coordination.
And then additional money for after-school tutoring, enrichment, and coordination. Shelter provided additional compensation for family literacy nights. Additional compensation for family litters. No, that was the flights. And then stipend for interventionists for the Oregon Gillingham training. And then stipend for letters training.
So in this, we're following the cutoff basically of what the percentages should be. And, you know, from an observation point of view, the more descriptive categories, structured literacy interventions and the math instruction interventions, may not reflect what our actual need is. It just reflects what the percentages are. We can spend more in those areas. And from what I understand, these are areas that could certainly use additional resources.
So we could spend more in these areas, but this is what she actually looked at spending.
Mrs. Chavita? Okay.
So she's the one that created this budget sheet right here and what her needs were for Bayard Elementary.
Okay.
Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion carries. 704.
So the next one is Title 4. Carryover of 70,857, and so this one would be budgeted for additional compensation and transportation on the Jumpstart program for this year for SNP. So he is looking at hiring 2 language arts teachers, 2 math teachers, a SPED teacher, possibly a SPED aide, a secretary, and the administrator. So that's what this would cover. And then again, transportation, we would look at all the normal bus stops that SNEL usually has for student pickup.
So that's 64,857 will cover all those, the job description you just described?
It's a 12 days.
Okay.
And it's not full days, it's from 8 to 2:30.
What was
The
it?
PE is at halftime.
Okay. What were the positions again? What did you say again? Ms.
Language arts,
Mm-hmm.
now, half PE and STEM.
And you also said administrator.
Yeah.
So
Secretary.
would it be the administrator would be paid out of the 70,000? But aren't they already on contract for that time?
For some of the days. He's on contract until,
The first week, and then
he's on contract until the 15th. So I think that leaves him
only the 2 weeks. no?
1 week, 1 week.
Okay, so there won't be any double dip?
No.
Okay.
So I recommend approval of the Title IV increase as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Molina, second. Second by Ms. Murillo. Any questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana. Aye. Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova. Yes. Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. PSFA.
Okay, next item is the PSFA Broadband Deficiency Correction Program Award.
So this one is, when we're on an E-rate program, E-rate covers a certain percentage, like 80% or 85%. And, the district has to cover the additional percentage. So PSFA has a program called the Broadband Deficiency Program that will assist the district in funding their share of the E-rate. So it would only be whatever we paid under E-rate, for whatever project we paid. This one is for category 2 for FY21 that was done, through Computex. And that one was one of the phases of, the switches, updating the switches and the network switches on, Snell Middle School, right? Snell Middle School. So the state is offering to reimburse the district $6,262 under this program. And all they're asking for is approval and then the signature on the letter that says, that we accept the award. And then they'll refund us $6,262.
So I recommend approval of the PSFA as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Cordova, second. Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana. Aye. Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so the next item is the transportation fuel, emergency fuel allocation.
So, through the Transportation Bureau, they've allocated $17,095 to go to the transportation contractors, in addition to the contract that's already in place for them. The letter shows, the indication on the table is the amount. So the allocation started out at $542,803, so it's going up by $17,095. We also have, in addition to approving the allocation, we also have the amended contracts that indicate that we're adjusting the fuel portion of the contract. And we worked with Ms. Montoya to allocate to the Montoya and the Porter contracts according to what she indicated they would need. So the higher percentage will be on the contracts for Porter and then for Montoya. And the contracts copies are also in your packet to show the amendments that were made to the contracts, and then it's gonna require the signature as well. But the only change to the contract is on the page where it breaks down the fuel at the bottom. Yeah.
So the fuel is the only.
So the fuel is the only thing that changed the total. And on each of the contracts, and then also within the body that shows how we're gonna pay it out, it indicates that If approved, we have a payment due her May 25th, which would be in 2 days, and we could adjust and do the last 3 payments, which would be the May, June, and July. May, June, July. Payment, no, 4
May and
payments.
June.
May, June, July, and August, because her contracts start in September and they end in August.
So where is that change noted in the contract?
On the fuel, and also the page where it indicates how the payments are gonna be made, which would be on page 2. If you look at the Porter contract, it says, paid in consecutive monthly installments as followed, so that 8 equal installments have already been made. So it started with September, went all the way through April at 41,000. And then from there forward, we're going with 3 equal payments, and then the final payment, right.
So we would do 3 separate votes here, 3 separate,
So it's the approval of the increase, the amendment of the Porter contract, and the amendment of the Bayard contract.
so we'll go first with, I recommend that we approve the transportation, emergency fuel allocation as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? So moved. Motion by Mr. Molina, second? Second by Mr. Cordova. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so the next item is I recommend approval of the amended transportation contract for Montoya as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? So moved. Motion by Mr. Cordova, second? Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion carries. Order.
And the last item is approval of the transportation contract amendment for Porter Transportation as presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? So moved. Motion by Mr. Molina, second? Second by Ms. Murillo. Any comment? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Mr. Molina?
Aye. Oh, yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion carries. Moves us to
Calendar revisions. Okay, so we had brought you the school year 22-23 calendar. You had approved it, but we have a couple of things that we want to look at amending. So I think at one meeting I had discussed with you about August 8th, getting together with Silver Schools and Aldo Leopold and Cobre. Senator Saya Hemphill would be bringing in the conscious discipline for all the district staff in, again, Cobre, Silver, and Aldo. So we met with the calendar committee, and when Mr. Hawkins and I met, we made a phone call to Secretary Stewart. I'm sorry, wrong one, Secretary Steinhaus. And he did say that, you know, for this activity and the other one that I'm going to present here in a little bit, he would consider allowing us to go remote on those days. So in meeting with the calendar committee, their preference, if we took October 8th and made it as a professional development day, the first preference by the calendar committee, which included some of our parents, would be to seek permission to do October 8th as a remote day. Okay. So that would be what we would bring to the board. If the board chooses for us not to look at that as a possibility of getting permission to use it as a remote day, or if the state denies us going remote on that day, the second option would be to take the the November 4th. Wait, hold on, sorry. The April 21st professional development
and trade it with the August 8th professional development. Is that right, Hannah?
Let's take one from
Let's see.
Can I look at it and I'll type it?
Second option was remove, oh, okay, here it is, wait,
And then
hold
and
on.
that one goes down.
So take October 21st, professional development, move that professional development to August 8th. And then make October 21st a school day for students, a regular school day.
So it'd be a 5-day.
5 days, which is consistent with the weeks before it, looking at a 5-day week.
What's the first day of school?
For the kids is August 1st, so we would have been in school for 5 days the week before.
So you would rather.
The calendar committee.
Professional development day or remote learning.
So we definitely want to make it a professional development day so that all our staff have the opportunity to attend the conscious discipline training. So that's definitely something we want to do, is make that a professional development day.
And that would be what?
August 8th. It's how we work it for students, whether we want students to come remote on the 8th or we want students to come in person on October 21st.
Say in person.
I'm just throwing this out. It's the beginning of the school year. They're just getting their feet on the ground and they're gonna have to stay in front of a computer. I
And
don't,
they might not have their computers, their classrooms might not be set up.
And how much participation are you gonna get
Yeah,
in
I
the
think it'll be
remote
more
if they're not gonna be in the conscious?
Okay, so it's the board's preference to, make August 8th a professional development day, but have students come to school on October 21st. Okay. So then the second one is, on September 23rd is an extended learning day, so kids have school on that day. But what we would like to do is switch the 23rd and October 14th. October 14th is a professional development day. So we'd like to make October 14th a regular school day and make September 23rd a professional development day. And the reason is, I'm not sure if I mentioned to the board, but we've been working on a reunification plan, Cobre District and Silver District, and we've been working with Palms and Associates. We've met with local law enforcement, emergency personnel, fire departments. And what we want to do on that day is have a mock reunification, but with no students. So we want to have both districts participate. We would have all the emergency personnel involved, fire, police, EMTs, everybody involved in that. We would have some of our staff be students, some of our staff be parents. We would have transportation come in. We would actually relocate our staff who are students at that time to our location, which our reunification location is the Grant County Convention Center. And then we would have that set up as a command center where we would reunite our kids with our parents and actually go through a simulated drill on how that would work with all the emergency personnel there. Silver District, Cobre District, we would have various roles that we would have to play so that we would actually have a mock drill for that, again, without students. So we already have a PDD on October 14th. All we're doing is flipping the 2 dates. So we're not taking an instructional day away. We're not taking a professional development day. We're just flipping the dates because October 14th is the date we tried first, but the convention center is not available on that day.
you flip flop it with what day again?
So we would flip flop. September 23rd is a school day. We would make that a professional development day. We would make October 14th, which is currently a professional development day, into a student day. Okay. Then the third change we would like to make is May 5th is a professional development day. We would prefer our professional development days more upfront. So we would like to make January 13th a professional development day, and May 5th would just be a no school.
So that would make, May 5th regular school day.
No school day.
No school day?
No school day, because it's an in-service day. And, you know, that would actually be beneficial because that's when a lot of the state tournaments are, and a lot of our staff aren't here on that day anyway, and a lot of our students aren't here, a lot of our parents travel. So it would actually be beneficial to not have the fifth as an in-service day.
So what day in January?
January 13th. 13th. And we'll get a revised calendar and bring it to you to the next board meeting, so that you can have the final count.
So that'll become a professional development day and no school day.
Correct.
Great. So no school on either the 5th or the 13th.
No, because they're just in service days. So right now, the 13th is nothing. The 13th is a no school day, but now we'll make it an in-service day, and May 5th will be a no school.
Okay.
So I recommend approval of the revisions to the calendar, which again, you know, knowing that the committee preferred remote day on the 8th, the board does not prefer a remote day on the 8th. So what we would look at would be in service on August 8th, school day on October 21st, flip-flopping the professional development and the school day September 23rd, October 14th, and switching the PD day from May 5th to January 13th.
I was trying to think here. You heard the recommendation, do I hear motion? Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Molina. Any questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo. Motion carries.
So, I don't remember, Terry, if we, yes, we did. So on the current board meeting schedule for this year, there is no meeting scheduled on June 27th. Currently, it just says no meeting on that day, which would normally be a board meeting day if we go with the second and the fourth Mondays. We know that, in June, we typically bring the, handbooks. So, but then we had some budget stuff that we're not gonna need on that day anymore, so do we
Right.
still want to look at June 27th as a board meeting?
We thought that we would have all the way to that meeting to be able to, bring any budget adjustments that might need to be, submitted. But, and this is kind of touching on our question about the special board meeting, is that the PED has set their, budget adjustment date for June 10th. So we would have to meet prior to the next meeting to be able to bring the rest of the budget adjustments that we, are proposing, to get them into PED before the vote.
So we have scheduled the finance meeting on, May 31st, where we're gonna take all the rest of the finance, adjustments that we need to bring. So we would like, so we may not need the June 27th meeting
Not the
after
finance
all.
like we thought, but one of the things that, George brought up is that, the review of bills that we haven't put forth on here, so that might have caught up all the rest of the review bills.
And we usually do those at the end of the month, so we wanted to see if we can make June 27th a meeting date, which is not currently on the calendar. And then we also wanted, well, we'll talk about the next one here in a little.
Mr. President, just, yeah, I will be completely unable to attend between June 3rd and July 9th. I'll be out of pocket, out of the state, involved with the national incident. So I will be unable to attend in person or remote. So,
June 3rd to July.
yes, ma'am. July 9th.
So I don't know if the rest of the board would be able to attend a June 27th. And I'm not sure why it says no meeting on that day. I'm not sure.
Usually the last meeting, we don't have them, like the rest day, but I don't mind meeting.
Because in looking at that, we do also want to request a special board meeting on either July 6th or July 7th. So we were looking at July 6th because that's a Monday, but Dr. Spoletta wants to do a board calibration on the 7th. June 7th, sorry. So in order to have board come back only one time, that we have this special board meeting on the 7th, then we can determine the time, followed by the board calibration with Dr. Spoletta, which would be about a 3-hour meeting. And the special board meeting would be about an hour, we figured. So I don't know, like if we'd be able to meet starting at 3, 4, I don't know. I know you're off. I'm not sure, we weren't sure about your schedule.
Well, I did talking to Dr. Spoletta about this. I will make every effort. That'll be the beginning of what I'm going to be doing. So my schedule may not be too busy. So I will make every effort. Just it's touch and go. So I mean, I will definitely try to make it. And even if it's parts of, I'll try to make it. So I think we did discuss that.
So
That's June 7th being the first, okay. So will there be one on the first, I should say, the second Monday of the month?
We could make that decision. What I have on here right now for June 13th is we already did Kathy Ryan's presentation. She didn't think she was going to be here today. We may possibly have the reading of the 100 series, but we could move that up. We may not be ready because we're not done with them. And then we have review of bills, which we're moving review of bills up either to the 7th or the 7th and then the 27th, right? So we may not need to have the July 13th meeting. June 13th, sorry. So we could have June 17th and not June 13th, and then have June 27th.
The only thing is that we're not following the routine of second Monday and fourth Monday.
And the only reason on this is because everything would be due to the state by the 10th.
Okay.
That's why we would need to move that up. So if we want to keep the 13th, that's up to you all, but we would request a special board meeting on the 7th to get all these adjustments approved before having to go to the state on the 13th. So you all could decide what you want to do with the 13th. So with that being said, would we be able to start the meeting earlier? And if so, how early, knowing that Dr. Spoletta will need at least 3 hours with you after the special board meeting, which would be about an hour. We'd be looking at a 4 hours that evening.
Providing dinner?
Okay, we got your snacks right there.
That would be for the 7th.
That would be for the 7th, yeah.
We're gonna hold on to those until we.
So would we want to be able to meet at 3, 2, 4, whatever you all tell us?
I can meet anytime in the afternoon. I can meet anytime in the afternoon.
So would we want to do it from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, the special board meeting? Because we have to post the legal notice that way. And then the board calibration, we have to post that separately because that would be like a work session with no action to be taken. So that would be 3 o'clock.
Could we do the board calibration before the special meeting? So that our special meeting can be in the evening? They normally are?
Gloria Raymond would prefer her to come earlier. She's the one who's doing the retreat.
So I would say that start the retreat at 2. 2
to 5?
Yeah, and then at 5 have the special board meeting. Just for consistency.
So that's
June seventh, it's a Tuesday.
That's the retreat.
It's, well, so it's in addition to the retreat, and we'll talk about that here in just a minute. So this is an addition. Do you want to explain to them what your hope is on this date?
So my hope was that we could put together a charter between the board members and myself, and develop some norms, develop communication plan, how we communicate, just basic operations between the board and myself. And Gloria Rendon has done this before, and she said she'd like to facilitate it.
And again, that would be in addition to the retreat that's already scheduled for this Thursday at 5 o'clock. The retreat is at 5 on the 26th, and so I do have a question on that, so that's on the agenda as well. So I know that for the board retreat, you all had initially asked that people who work often with the board be included, so you had asked for Mr. Peru, Ms. Davis, Ms. Minus, myself, Ms. Hogan, and Mr. Arambula. But my question to you is, now that we have Dr. Spalletta coming on board, and he is going to be attending the board retreat, do we want to limit Thursday's retreat to just the board and Dr. Spalletta, or do you all still want the additional people in?
My thought was just the board, as for the first one, to get ourselves situated and then invite more people.
So I think we agree with you as well. I know we've talked about it and we agree that it should just be the board. So on May 26th, it'll just be the board and Dr. Spalletta at 5 o'clock. So then you can meet here, right? And then on June 7th, from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, it would be board calibration with just the board and Dr. Spalletta. And then anything that we decide after that would be up to you.
So, board retreat again, was it?
So board retreat is Thursday, this Thursday at 5 o'clock. The only thing is that I think we advertise it as the training center, so we may need to go ahead and keep it at the training center. Because that's how we advertise it in the league.
Okay, the gym?
Right where the Fed office is, yeah.
June 7th, right? June 7th.
So May 26th is the regular board retreat with the board and Dr. Spalletta and Gloria Rendon at the Bear Training Center. Okay, and then June 7th from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, it's kind of like another retreat, but Dr. Spalletta's calling it board calibration. That'll be with Ms. Rendon as well, from 2 to 5. Do we want to do that here?
Well, if it's just gonna be the board
Right.
and Ms. Rendon and Dr. Spalletta, we can have it here.
Okay, and then at 5 o'clock on the 7th, a special board meeting. Okay, so do we want to decide now, or well, we almost have to decide now so that we can advertise it? Do we want to still have the June 13th board meeting?
I think for the sake of consistency, we have those, the 13th and the 27th.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you need to bring up on this? Okay, so that's done and kind of actually took us into unfinished business under item A as well.
The calendar thing was action item.
We
Voted on it, right? Okay, and the adjustment.
to add the June 27th meeting, we need to vote on that one. So recommend approval to add a regular board meeting on June 27th because it's not currently on the schedule.
Joyce, it's not showing as much.
But it's under action.
Yeah, I mean, I think we discussed that. I mean, I think just because there's not a pound sign behind it, it's underneath the category for action item. I don't think there's anything in the minutes that say.
policies, they're just.
Yeah.
action
Yeah, we discussed that right during policy review.
items.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know who's I-
Yeah, and it's under action.
it's under action items.
Call for motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Molina, second. Second by Ms. Murillo. Roll call, Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Takes us to unfinished business.
Okay, so we did discuss the board retreat. So, item B, board policies. So we have not finished, the 100 series. We met the first time. Mr. Molina, Mr. Guadiana, Ms. Davis, and myself were here. We met the second time, Ms. Murillo, Mr. Guadiana, Ms. Davis, and myself were here. We didn't meet the third time because no board members attended the work session, so we have yet to finish the 100 series.
Not even close.
We're like
Still
halfway.
wanting quite a few.
When we counted them, they're still like, we've gone over the required items that they had us look at, but we're still missing about 25 areas under the 100 series. So we need at least, one, possibly two sessions to finish the 100s, and then we need to start scheduling the 200s.
I can't see us doing them in 1 or 2 sessions. We've done, how many policies? Like maybe about 12?
I think we've done more than that, yeah. We've done like half. We're about halfway, and we still need like half.
We've done half. Like, oh, that's the case, and that's the case. But I
So
thought we
can
did.
kind of schedule 2 of them, and then we go from there and see where we're at. Okay, so we need dates. Recommendations for dates. No, we gotta move on this. So this week is done. We wouldn't make it soon enough. If we posted Tuesday, it would run on Wednesday. The soonest we could even try to have a meeting would be the 31st, but we already have a finance meeting at 4 o'clock, so that wouldn't work. So the soonest we could look at possibly meeting would be starting June 1. But yes, but board members will be gone, which I need to talk to you about that here in a little bit too, so you'll be going to the law.
I can actually make it, because remember, I can't go to law conference because I'm gonna be heading, during the law conference, I'll be leaving. So I can make, you can at least have one board member. I can make it on June 1st.
I can make it if it's early.
And actually, that's when we look at, the law conference, I don't know that anybody's leaving until, well, I don't know.
Friday,
You
right?
don't need to tell me. Here's a more detailed schedule for the law conference. I don't know who needs to be there Thursday, if anybody's leaving Wednesday, because we have to really look at this too did I give somebody 2 of them? Oh, no, Mr. Molina's not on.
Normally what happens is on that Thursday, a lot of the board stuff goes on. They have a lot of stuff at the board going on. It's not so much administration, but it's always the board members that are having to attend so many meetings.
Well, it
So
doesn't,
it shouldn't
it
be there. I
doesn't.
know that they do it all the time. At day
So it
before.
really, it has, board executives, which I think, Mr. Cordova, you're involved in that, no?
No.
So board member roundtable discussions would be till 1 o'clock. The new board members, which we don't have new board members, and then I don't know, are they still considered new board members? If you went to the new
Yes,
board.
they have the training for new versus
Yeah,
the.
it's their first time going into the law.
And they've already, to the law conference, okay, so that means at 1 o'clock.
She would have to be there.
But I won't be in town on Wednesday, the 1st. But Guadiana and Molina's.
So do we want to meet on the 1st?
The one leaving on the 1st.
You're leaving on the 1st.
Yes.
So,
But this is for the meeting. You're talking about for the policies, right?
yeah, we're kind of overlapping. So policies, should we meet on June 1st or not?
July 1st. On June first, yes, I can.
Okay, so we'll have what time?
Um,
You and Mr. Molina said you would be able to attend, so. Yeah, go for it.
So, what time would you be able to meet on the first? 4, 5?
Oh, can we,
Can we look?
4 or 5, doesn't matter.
If we do 4 of that, and we've been working till 7, that would give us 3 hours as opposed to the 2. 4 o'clock? Okay,
Okay.
so then we need another work session for, policies. We have a June 7th meeting scheduled. We have the 6th, the 8th, the 9th. The 9th is a Thursday. So we have 6, 8, 9.
the only thing is with me, I don't know. Like today, I should be over my grandson's baseball game. And he plays on Wednesdays and he plays on, sometimes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I don't know. Like today, he was debating whether to go on the field trip, 8th grade field trip to Tucson or stay and play ball. He went on the trip. My wife and my daughter got on the car, went to Tucson, picked him up, brought him back to the game. So.
Just that we made a commitment to revise and update our policies. And
Yeah, that's the only thing we need.
So,
Sometimes he plays at 7:30, so like today was a 7:30 game, so I can be here till almost 7:30, or even a little after 7:30.
stop at 7 because, we've been here a long time. So do we want to do the 8th? Do we want to do 4 to 7? I won't be here then. Will you be here on the 8th? Because I'm not, no.
The only thing with-
Oh, you know what, Ms. Dennis and I both may be gone, but you all are welcome to work on them because we're at a training. You can too? Okay.
The only thing with the 8th is that we got that long thing the day before. We meet again on the 8th.
And we're not even done with the hundreds, and we've been, like a month. We gotta plug away at it.
So that 8 to 4 p.m.
4 to 7. So we'll do 100 series, and do we think we're gonna need, so that's 6 hours. Do you think we can finish the 100 in 6 hours?
Stay on task, and you really are, I mean, I think if you're on task, you're really look at it. So, I think we can, we should just stay on task, everybody getting here on time and just, really be prepared.
Okay,
So let's schedule those 2 days and then we'll see where we're at and then we can schedule another
So
one
then
on the 8th.
13th, see, because originally we were supposed to be doing the second reading on the 13th. We're not even gonna be ready for the first reading on the 13th. So we'll schedule those 2 days and then on the 13th, we schedule additional days.
So what day we have it?
So we only have the, first from 47 and the 8th from 47 on the 100 series. Okay, so then, as also looking at this law conference, nobody needs to spend the night on the 1st, right? On June 1st on Wednesday, like this. Okay, so the Wednesday night.
What time does it start the next day?
So, I can give you a copy. I'll make you a copy here in a little bit.
Okay.
Did I give you a copy? You don't need yours, right? So I think this copy was for you. That copy was yours. So anybody else, nobody else needs to spend Wednesday, but everybody is doing Thursday night and everybody's doing Friday, correct? And we also have Mr. Peru who will be attending, and Mr. Avalos, Mr. Costa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Susan? No, Suzanne's going to the convening. Oh. I think Miss Minus had signed up, but I'm not sure that she'll do that, so we need to talk with her about that. Yeah. All right. Okay, so that was my question on that one. I'll visit with them on this tomorrow. Okay, so then we've done 3B. Okay, we're on public input on the agenda.
You guys are looking at me, so I guess I get to go now, huh? You're up. Well, Mr. Board President, members of the board, again, I've been before you guys in the past, shorter scale, so just have a couple of comments since, again, didn't have an opportunity under the first public input to speak, so I guess I'd have to wait till. So right now,
This is the first public.
this is agenda.
Yeah, first public input on the agenda.
Oh, but I mean, I know under the public input, the cafeteria was in, so.
All right,
I
we
didn't know.
moved just then. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I guess,
Why does that move back down?
Well, I guess I don't know, because we did move that item up.
Yeah, we moved it way up.
that was gonna be one of my questions. I know, again, I've been following the board meetings, and I thought that public input was gonna be moved towards the top to allow.
To reflect our policies. It's to reflect our, yeah.
When we looked at the policies, remember, it was after unfinished business.
Yeah,
And
there
that's
is.
where it is.
No, you're right. There's an order, and unfortunately, it doesn't make sense, but, that's the order that you guys have to follow right now for policy. Hopefully, the policy changes. So I guess one of my questions in regards to board policies, is that only for the superintendent and the board, or is that open to the public to make comments on the policies?
I would like.
There's two things. One is that it's not advertised as a closed session. So anything that we have is an open session unless otherwise posted as such, including workshops. But there is a structured part of public comment on the first reading. You can provide, and that way you don't have to sit through the entire discussion of the policy. You can just see what's being proposed and provide your comment on that. There shall be a second reading to see how if that's been incorporated or not, and then make a statement. And then it becomes policy after the second reading, when we adopt it. So actually, the way it's gonna go is we're gonna have the 100 section done, and then we're gonna have first reading and then second reading. And we're not gonna adopt yet until we go through everything, and then we're gonna adopt. At least that's the way it's been presented to us. So.
They have to adopt the whole policy at one time. What we're doing is working on sections, and we're submitting them to the policy services, so they can be working on them, and the board can complete sections. That way, when we get to the very end, they're able to go ahead and do an adoption of all.
Yeah, but again, my question was, is the public allowed to provide input, or is it just restricted to the superintendent and the board?
You're allowed to submit, because we do 2 readings before the third board meeting we adopt it. So the first reading, we say it's the first reading, and the public has a chance to comment on that. Second reading, the public has a chance to comment on that.
So it's only these meetings aren't open to the public. That's what I'm hearing.
They are open to the public.
So yes.
Yes, they are open.
They are.
You're asking those if you can be a part of the policy.
Yeah, the work session. And
Yeah,
I'm hearing,
he's talking about
Yeah.
the work session. You guys are talking about the adoption.
I
You're talking
understand.
about being there for the last.
Yeah, I understand. The work session is open to the public.
I have my question, so yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
that was the first part of the answer.
So, but I think what we need to clarify, and I think what he's asking is, as a member of the public attending the work session, are you therefore able to interject and to participate? I would venture to say, and I'm all for public comment, but could you imagine if 15 people showed up to do board policy, doing the business of the board? I venture to say we'd probably maybe get one of those things done, maybe. So I think that's what we need to make sure and clarify, that is the public allowed to participate in that work session? I would move to say no, just like I said, for the sake of efficiency, because if not, I mean, I'm sure you're gonna be the only one that shows up, but imagine if 10 people show up, we're not gonna be able to get not one thing done in those 3 hours.
Yeah, and that's what I say, that you can come and attend the meeting, but then your comments will be after we say this is the first reading. You can take notes of, well, maybe this would be better this other way, and then when we do the first reading, then you can bring your comments to it. Because like Danuto says, right now, we're halfway through the 100 series, and we got all the way through 600. And so imagine where we'll be at. People can come in and sit and listen, I guess, and if they want to. But then when we do the first reading, they can give their comments on the policy, that they think it works better that way.
So I think having the community come in, because, Diana projects it, we all look at it, we all make suggestions, like that would be the time to have community input. And like you said, Mr. Molina, that we probably won't have a whole lot of people. We don't even have the board showing up. So having another set of eyes on the document, some input, I know I would appreciate it.
And then on another point, we can't redefine workshop. If a workshop is one that doesn't have an agenda, it has a flow of communication that is unrestricted, I don't see how we can say to somebody that's in the public, you can't talk or don't interrupt us. A workshop is a workshop and should be conducted as such, and I don't anticipate any real shortcomings of that participation.
Well, however you guys want to do it, it don't matter to me. I don't have to.
I will say this, if I go to a workshop and I'm all about efficiency and doing the business of the board. If my time is extremely valuable. I get pulled a million directions a day. I should be working a fire right now. I'm here at this boarding meeting because I'm doing my due diligence. However, and I definitely do invite that, but if it turns into, hey, this and that, or we're sitting there arguing about one policy for 3 hours, I venture to say it's not efficient. I would hope that's not the case, but I think that's what we're trying to prevent with these policy reviews.
I think we're trying to prevent a hypothetical situation is not allowing input from the public.
Well, to go along that with Mr. Molina, I think my experience or history being on the finance committee meeting, I do come prepared. I do my homework beforehand, and I wouldn't come to a policy meeting saying, unprepared. I come to the meeting with recommendations in writing already for discussion. I wouldn't come just to, just like today's meeting, I didn't see that there was some preparedness for today's board meeting. I come to a board meeting, or I come to my finance committee meetings prepared. I've gone through all my information, and I come with questions, and I come with recommendations. So I wouldn't come just to delay or draw out your meeting, because your time is valuable, my time is valuable, everybody's time is valuable.
I venture to say you're the exception more than the rule. And so I'm sure you do your due diligence. What I'm thinking about is if the layperson came in, that never reviewed policy, never, and interjecting comments while we're trying to do the business. That's all I'm saying. I'm not about, I'm all for transparency. I'm all for public comment. I believe we have 2 public comment sessions for the first reading and the second reading. So that's all I'm saying, and I'm just trying to be as efficient as possible.
Okay, well, let me retract my question then. I won't attend. I'll wait till the first and second reading then, if that's the case. So I'll retract my question or my request to make it easier for you guys.
My response that it is an open workshop.
I understand, but again, not to drag on this meeting. So again, I'm just curious about the board policies, and then again, this kind of goes along with board policies and everything else that you guys are trying to do. That, you know, I applaud you for moving forward and wanting to make progress. But I see, even witnessing or viewing the last board meeting, what I see is that you guys may be biting off more than you can chew. And when I say that is because look at how many meetings you guys are scheduling, and how engaged are you really when you're here, considering that you're going to have a 3-hour meeting on this day, a 2-hour meeting the next day, another, you know what I mean? So I'm just wondering is that I think with Mr. Spalletta coming on board, I think you guys should sit back, prioritize what's really critical to be taken care of at this point in time, and then look to move forward. You know, I don't know if there's a deadline for the policies or not, but again, that's just for me looking from the outside in. It looks like if you guys are trying to do too much in too little of a time, and when that happens, things slip through the cracks. That's just my observation. Last thing, you know, I do applaud those from the cafeteria that were here earlier to present their issues about the salary schedule. What I want to do is, I would hope that Dr. Spalletta and the board make that a priority, because that in essence has to be addressed and in place so that, say for example, history repeats itself, May of next year, you're gonna have to submit your budget. So I would think that the salary schedule structure needs to be taken care of prior to the end of the year. So just wanted to throw that out there. And again, my last thing was about public input, and I thought there was discussion about it being moved up, but that's not the case, because I read the policy and I understand where it's at. So if that's what it is, that's what it is. But again, that's my questions, my input. So again, as always, I'll stand for any questions that you may have with me.
Any question?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I've just seen the finance committee meetings progressing.
In my opinion, they're progressing. I think we've, you know, Ms. Murillo can maybe comment, Mr. Sepulveda, Ms. Varela, and Ms. Holguin, but I think, you know, we've, in my opinion, we're making progress. Maybe not as fast as I'd like to see it, but I guess we're making progress. Yes.
Thank you for your participation.
Anybody else?
Victor, is there anything on there? Right, thank you.
Put that to finance.
No, ma'am, nothing at the moment.
Wait, what?
No, there's nothing at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So under finance, on update on the audit submission, I have called Mr. Stone numerous times in the last few weeks, and he is continuing to give us a deadline of Friday for his submission. I asked him if he could expedite that deadline, and he said Friday is expedited. So
This Friday?
item B.
I have some questions on that. There've been at least 3 letters sent by by Mike Stone and his company representing us in our submission. One of them in November, which says that there's some substantial concerns about, the reconciliation of cash to appropriate accounts. And then mentions that there is, concern that is going to be a consultant, an independent consultant come in and, assist in the preparation or the rectifying of that concern, and the estimated date of completion of that should be December 31st. There were 2 subsequent letters sent by Mr. Stone stating that those deficiencies still continue. We've been kind of given the perspective of the reason it hasn't been submitted yet, because one, the tax season has interfered with the submission of the documents in terms of the participation of Mr. Stone's company. In no time have we received any kind of information relating to the reasons, any real truthful information as related to the reason it's taking this long. And number 2, my other second concern is, did we hire another firm, a consulting firm, to come in and assist with this, addressing this deficiency?
So, I believe at the last meeting, Ms. Hogan did present that all of our stuff was submitted to Mr. Stone. He had finished in February, and all our documents were provided to him since February.
But none of these 3 letters have not been represented. Everything has been presented to us as everything is going pretty smoothly.
I don't think we've said everything's going pretty smoothly.
But you've never addressed any of the concerns, and my concern about the independent contractor to look at helping remedy these circumstances is one that should have been, if it did happen, one, it should have been brought to the board. Because our board policy states for consultations, the superintendent is supposed to get the proposal together, presented to the board, showing the need, the qualifications for the person to do the job, and then the board reviews that. Board has never received any information nor about that contract, if it had, or actually purchase order, if it has happened. Or number 2, we've never received anything to let us know that we've needed outside assistance. I've asked that question before. Have we needed outside assistance to remedy any of the deficiencies? And the answer has been no. So
We never had any outside contract.
So Mr. Stone's
So
representative.
we were looking to get an outside contractor. We did have a recommendation by Mr. Stone. That one didn't work out. We had a recommendation by Stan Rounds, because Stan did come in a couple of times, and that recommendation did not work out either. So we never had any kind of.
So somebody came and that didn't work out?
No, the people's schedule did not meet with what we needed done. And so they couldn't complete the work. They wouldn't have been able to complete the work. So they themselves found out that they weren't gonna be able to even bid it for us or give us.
Were those letters that came to, that you say that came from Stone, was that on this here, Doc?
Yes.
Then Mr. Stone is violating the thing, because what he does and he has told us that when we meet with him here, what he says stays here until the audit comes back from the state, then it becomes public information. And if he's giving you stuff that is on that thing right now, then he's violating that law.
Well, the stuff he submitted to the state auditor is public information.
When it comes back from the state auditor.
The state auditor released the information. It was not Mr. Stone. You want to tell the state auditor that he violated the law, then go for it.
Well, that's not what Mr. Stone has told us several times. In fact, the meeting that we had, he says, what I say here stays here.
Well, the source of the information was the state auditor. And the difference between what we're being told, either in closed session or open session as appropriate, is really a dereliction from what I see of the audit committee's responsibility to inform the board of the goings on.
But Mr. Stone has flat out told us we're not allowed to say anything.
You're not allowed to release the information, and a closed session discussion about the current going on is appropriate. And he has mentioned that the draft, there is a draft. There is a draft, and the draft is the compilation of the report that's going to be submitted to the state.
He has not given us the draft.
The draft is the compilation of the report that is going to be submitted to the state.
Right.
Do
He
you-
hasn't finished the draft. He hasn't even finished the draft. He hasn't even given us the draft.
Okay.
For us to be able to get with you and be able to discuss any information.
And,
Yeah.
and,
That's
and
where
that certainly may be the case right now, because clearly it's not done. But in other cases, when it has been submitted, that could have been shared with the board in closed session, because that is the draft audit. And that's not been available. Maybe now it's not available because it isn't there, but still updates on the progress, and especially not meeting deadlines.
Well, those are, you've gotten those. If he hasn't met deadlines, and that's about all we can say is.
No,
that-
you
that's
said,
where it's
no,
at.
you give us a reason, and the reason is because he's busy.
That's what he told us. That's what he's been telling us for the last date that he gave us before the budget was due, when he said about tax season, was May 1st. And from then on, we have not gotten a solid date until today that he said by Friday. Now, whether he does it by this Friday or not, I mean, only he can tell us.
Well, I think
What's
we
been
need, I
submitted-
think we need to move on from this, because
Well, may I add something? I'd like to add, when we mapped out the audit, it did make it seem that it's all on, Mr. Stone, and he hasn't done his part. But in the letters, it indicates that we, the district, are having issues, reconciling. And so that has never been made clear to us. It's been kind of like, oh, well, he's not doing that, he's not contacting us, he's not doing it. But from the letters, it appears that the problem is in the district, unable to reconcile things.
So in that aspect, that is where we have been told by the auditor, because it is an ongoing audit, we are not allowed to discuss the specifics of those findings until such time that he releases the audit.
So you can tell us that. Instead of saying Stone is having issues with this and blaming it on Stone, you can't say that. Our department is having trouble reconciling. That's not giving a lot of detail.
No, let me clarify. We discussed it in finance, and I made it very clear that from November 15th, that was our issue. We went to January 31st. Those were our issues. We completed our side of it in February. He came back, did his field work, completed his field work with what we had worked on from November 15th all the way through February 15th. He came back, finished his field work. That part was on the district from November 15th to February 15th. We made it very clear that we requested the extension from November 15th with the agreement with the audit committee that said, okay, there are issues. We will work through those issues and we will reconvene in February. Well, January. Then in January, that's when we said, that's when it turned into delay versus, illness, COVID, and then from the audit, from the tax season forward, that has been not the district. And we made it very clear that those are the things that plagued us all along the way. And we have not blamed Mr. Stone except for the the May 1st deadline that he gave us on April 15th, he said, I will not finish your audit until May because we have to go through our taxes. And that is absolutely, we have an email from him that says he cannot finish our audit at that time. From May 1st to now, if he guaranteed May 1st as his final date to complete the report, we don't have the report. So why would it be the district's side of it?
Well, so this was due in November, 15th November. What happened prior to November that it wasn't done on time?
That's the part that I'm telling you. The findings and the issues were not allowed to release until he finalizes the report.
But the characterization saying that there are some issues that we need to work on. It'd be a perfect legal thing to do, and we didn't get that. We've always gotten the impression that things are okay. There aren't any issues.
You did not say that.
No. You did not point out our concerns.
We need to move on that thing. Joyce, could you please see if Mike Stone can be here for the next meeting, so he can explain some of the stuff?
Okay.
The next thing is item B, separation of previous superintendent. What's the?
So I did put in your packet, the pay history, which shows the separation pay of the daily rate of $469.90 at 200 days, which shows the $93,980. And I did include the last 3 contracts in your calculation. No, wait, sorry. 3 contracts, I think, or 2 contracts? 2 contracts. The last 2 contracts.
I have questions on that, Mr. President. One is, it says unused vacation days. We don't have a listing of how many vacation days he took. We don't have any consideration that he was working a 4-day schedule versus a 5-day schedule. And we don't have any indications similarly of any sick leave used. There was no tracking, at least not that's been provided yet. And that's what I specifically asked for. So how do we come up with a calculation? And maybe that was the calculation. We just took the total number and multiplied it.
The total number of days left times the days. So I provided you with that calculation.
That's in your packet. That's in there something. So, 30. This tells us how many days that,
It said separation pay for $69.90, 200 days was $93,980.
200 days. So in other words, 0 vacation taken, 0 sick leave taken. That's what I'm asking. How can we make a calculation on what we owe him when it says unused leave?
Because he would have the records of what he's taken and what he had left. Nobody asked me how many days of sick leave did he take, or how many days of vacation did he take. It was asked, how was it calculated? This is how it's calculated.
How is it calculated means, how did we comply with the contract? And the contract says unused leave. If we just.
Which shows the 200 days.
That means he did not take vacation and he did not take sick leave. Then that's that part I've asked for, is how do we come?
You asked how was calculated.
I didn't ask how do you multiply one number to get another number. I asked, how is it we determine the unused days and the unused sick leave, the unused vacation days and the unused sick leave days?
So I'd have to ask you for that report.
You would have to ask who?
Because he does payroll, I don't have it.
The superintendent is supposed to approve the vacation and the sick leave. I'm sorry, not the superintendent, I'm sorry, the president of the board. The president of the board is supposed to approve the vacation and the sick leave.
But that's something that you need to get from D. So you need to also move on this one.
This issue is unresolved.
Well, it's unresolved. We can't resolve it until we ask D, and D's not here.
Well, I would begin there. Yeah, I would begin there, and then we meet again.
Okay.
To be put on the next agenda as well.
Item C, Joyce, I think we discussed that too.
I don't have it.
On new business?
Oh, on 6?
Yes, we've already discussed 6B. So that brings us to 7B, Mr. Peru.
Does anybody need a potty break? All right, I just want to give you guys an update on the playgrounds and how they're coming along. Currently, right now, is at 75% complete on that playground. We had a hitch last week. We hit one of the 480 lines, and we also hit the telephone lines in Hurley. So some people were without telephone for a little bit because there's 400 pairs that go right for that playground we put it in, and then also the 480. So we got all the wire and everything back in. So just want to let you guys know, because I don't know if anybody called you guys and complained. They didn't, because Hurley was without air conditioning or heating or anything for like 4 days. So we got it all completed. We were able to get the wire in. Luckily, that grade, it's the number 2 wire. They had it in Las Cruces, because nobody really uses that one. It's like the 110, the Romex that everybody uses, runs a lot. So they did have it. We were able to get it, and we got up everything running on Friday at about 8 o'clock at night. Jaime, myself, and Rob Carlos were out there trying to get all the systems up and going, because what we did is we shut down the whole system. We didn't want the fans running, and we didn't have the electricity to run the motors, so we didn't want to run the fans in the building, because we have power in the main building, but the power that operates our geothermal system is the one that got hit, which is, all our system is our mechanical room for that is over in the gym area, and that's the one that was hit. So we got that up and going. So I wanted to let you all know. Bayard and Central and San Luis, we're prepping them right now. The canopy is going up in Central. We're waiting all next week. We're going to be pouring concrete so we can put the canopy up at Central, and then do the concrete work that we need for Bayard and San Lorenzo. A little trail park that we're going to try and do. Like I said, it's not like I mentioned a little trail park for them, but it's for pre-K. So it's probably the size of this room, maybe a little smaller, but it's enough for their tricycles so that they can work with them. The OTs can work with them, and the PTs can work with the special needs kids on those parts. And that's what we're doing that for. So the little pre-Kers. All those projects have to be completed by June 30th. That's our deadline. Right now we're ahead of schedule. We have some of our staff helping them also so that we can complete that in time. So they've been out there. We send the backhoe operator out there sometimes, and then we send other people out there just to help them get everything organized. So we are projected to finish on June 24th with all the projects for that part. So that's where, we're hoping everything goes well with that. The high school, Mr. Diaz mentioned earlier that we have the air conditioners running already. When we booted up the air conditioners, when I started warming up, we have 4 air conditioners on the gym. One of the motors was bad. We ordered it at that time. The one that we could get it the quickest from was Granger. They were supposed to ship it to us on the 20th. I called on the 20th because it didn't come in. So I talked to Granger. They called their vendor. The vendor said they hadn't finished completing it, so we probably wouldn't have it till June 13th. That's after the graduation. So right now we will have 3 air conditioners going at high for the whole week. And hopefully we will be able to keep them cool. What I'm hoping is that our graduation class is like 60 students. So hopefully we won't be in there as long as we are when we have 100 kids. So hopefully the cooling will hold up, and those 3 motors should hold up and do what they need to do. But it would be really a lot nicer if we did have all 4, but I just want to apologize because we won't have that motor till the 13th. We'll get in the 13th, we'll put it in, and it's not like you think of air conditioning swamp coolers. You think of the half motor, the 3/4 horsepower motor. These motors weigh 250 pounds. So they get built differently. So as soon as we get it in from Granger, we will put it in. I'll let you know how that goes. The fencing, that's part of some of the bonds money and some of the Senate Bill 9 money. We're putting up a fence between Bayard and Snell. I've talked about that in the past. We're finally able to get everything going. We started on the fence today. We ran into a couple of problems that they're trying to get around on some of the trees down there. So they're putting the fencing in between there. And if you all remember, the fencing that's going in between Snell and Bayard Elementary is for the javelinas. and for the four-wheelers. So hopefully we can eliminate that problem, because we had four-wheelers on our football field there. They were tearing up the field. But we also have had javelinas on there when we have PE class. You know, it happened at Bayard Elementary until we fenced off. You know, we had a couple of our elementary kids that were trying to get over and pet the pig. They thought it was a pig, and it was actually a javelina. Teacher caught them on time. So we fenced off that area also. So hopefully, if everything goes well, we'll have that fence done by next week. You know, they said they would hopefully complete it by next Tuesday. And then there's also fencing going up at Hurley Elementary. You know, Hurley Elementary is going to be around the playground that we're putting in, that pre-K playground, but also the Head Start's going to be using it. So we're moving everything over there. We're going to be fencing off for the Head Start. Head Start is going to pay the material, which is right at $4,000, and we're going to pay the labor. So we're splitting it so that we can both incur the cost of that. So I sent the invoice to Misty Pugmire today, because she has to have the invoice before the end of the week, so she can cover that money to get that taken care of. And then ours, we'll take our portion, it would be right about $3,700 for the labor. Okay. One of the things is I also wanted to give an update on the gym. I want to thank Mr. George Esqueda. You know, some of the community had some questions, and he forwarded them to me. So I want to say thanks, because there were some of the things that I was going to be bringing up to give you guys an update. You know, so I'll just go through it at a question at a time. You know, one of the things is, on part of the questions are if we're going to be able to get an extension prior to the expiration date. You know, I was going to confer over there with Ms. Levine, because I know she's discussed it some in the finance meeting. So I just wanted to see if she could answer that question for us, and then that way she takes care of the finance part.
So the part that you heard is that the 2017, which this project is part of, has the deadline of December 1st. There is real concern about us being able to build a gym, you know, by December 1st. Regina, who you saw earlier, is our bond advisor, and she's in contact with New Mexico Finance Authority. The latest update that we have from her is that if we can encumber the funds by issuing a PO to a contractor, they are more willing to extend the deadline to make sure that we can finalize that project. And that's what she has for us at this point. As far as what the status is, I'll go back to Mr. Peru, you know, where we are as far as, you know, a quote, a status.
And I'll cover that right now, because I have that right there.
And that I'll go back to.
Okay, sounds good. One of the other questions was, you know, what is the projected square footage of the building? It is 6,170 square feet is what we're trying to build. It's a little bit smaller than the one that was going to be at the high school. One of the other questions is, will the building be constructed of lumber or prefab metal building? One of the things is that what we're looking at is it'll be a pre-engineered metal building with concrete slab on grade, split space with some wainscot on the building perimeter, and a pre-finished standing seam metal roof. That's what we're looking at, you know, to try and keep the cost down. You know, so that's what we're looking at on that. One of the other questions was, you know, what's the total current project budget? And it's the 1.2 million. We're right at almost, you know, we're right under the 1.2 million, but that's what our projected budget is going to be for that project. The other thing is, what is the projected construction cost estimate? One of the things is, right now we're working with one of the contractors, and I called another contractor because this contractor's working on some of the stuff he's trying to get. And so I called another contractor, see if he could give us a price on it also, because the contractor that I'm currently dealing with is struggling with vendors to try and get them locked in on some prices, you know, because the way it's fluctuating, they don't want to give a concrete figure because of the time frame that by the time we order it and try and get it here, the price is probably going to go up. You know, it's just the way it's been working. And you know, I've explained that before also.
When do you estimate that to happen?
I told them I gave him a deadline of next week. I gave him a deadline of next week.
You've been told us 3 months ago.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what it is, you know, with that, you know. And I'm sorry, you know, I just, you know, we can't lock in these vendors. We're having such an issue with vendors, you know, and I don't even know how to say sometimes, because I get frustrated with the vendors because we're not getting what we need, you know. So we're looking at if we can get this project going, and we're hoping that we can get it off the ground and get it going by August, which is in 2 months, you know. So the time frame, you know, that's what I'm struggling with also, is because, you know, a building of this size can take 10 months to put up, you know, once we get through all the procedures and everything, so we're way past December. You know, that's where, you know, Terry and I have sat down and visited because we don't want to lose this money. You know, so it's just, you know, one of the things that's it's really affecting us is, like I said, the supply chain challenges that we're having, the challenges we're having with the supply chain, and then also the metal and the HVAC units. You know, the HVAC units is probably the quickest thing we can get here. The metal that we're struggling with also, trying to get it in from China is what they tell me.
Mr. President, point of order. So when you presented this to us 3 months ago, it was told to us that this building is going to be done by the end of the year. That is what was proposed to us. That is why we voted the way we voted. And now you're coming to, I mean, it's preemptive saying, oh yeah, we don't think it's going to happen now. And it's because we haven't had a vendor, we'd have a cost analysis. It's everything that was promised to us is completely sideways. I'm expecting this building to be done by probably the end of next year. And how are we going to talk to voters about us using their money correctly and efficiently when we have this? I mean, I'm actually beside myself right now because 3 months ago I thought, man, they're going to start on that building, and now it's being told that it's going to be 10 to 12 months. I just.
There's a bigger fear that we may lose the money altogether.
Yes.
And if we do that, guarantee you go to the voters, they are going to shoot down every single thing you bring to them.
I agree.
And these discussions started more like in October, November, and we were talking about, oh, the prices are changing, and that is the only constant, but yet it's looked at like, oh, it's new, it's new, but it's a constant. And it's very frustrating. I share that frustration. I shared it last meeting, and
well, I'll be honest with you guys, I share the frustration too, because I'm the one dealing with the vendors. So I mean, I understand your frustration, but I understand it from a different point, because I'm not just dealing with you guys, I'm dealing with the vendors and trying to deal with the architects that I'm trying to get things done. So I mean, I'm frustrated as well.
how many vendors and how many architects have we gone through?
One architect, we're still dealing with the same architect, and we're dealing with quite a few different vendors that he's trying to pull in.
So that one architect, we kind of held on to him despite the reservations that he has because of the costs changing. That was a choice.
I've got one question, Mr. Payne. So real quick, the playground is being done by a contractor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and now I'm gonna get to this because I'm pretty upset about this, right? So we're helping out the contractor, us as a school district, using our employees and our equipment to do the contract work, right?
Some of it.
I have asked for somebody to do work at the golf course, and I've been told we don't have the personnel to do it. But yet we have the personnel to help a contractor do work that they're contracted to do out. I don't understand that.
The personnel we send over there are not landscapers or things like that. They're operators and nutritionists and stuff like that. They're not landscapers. We don't have landscapers. You know, if you don't mind, I mean, I can send the guys we're paying $20-some, $30-some an hour to go cut and do things.
I just don't understand why. I don't understand why we're helping a contractor. I don't understand why we're helping a contractor do their work. That's what I don't understand.
Any other questions?
I know it's painful for Mr. Baruda to come up here, but I do appreciate him answering the questions that I provided in writing for the public, because again, I have family, I have friends that live within the district. They know my involvement with the district, and they've been asking me. So I think, you know, the questions were answered. They may not be the answer that they wanted to hear, but at least now they have an idea. So for that, you know, I do appreciate Mr. Peru putting it out there as the transparency part of it. So that's just a comment.
I move that to items for next agenda.
I have a milestone presentation on the audit and, a lead report for the separation pay. So we're talking about the June 13th meeting. I had originally put on there reading the 100 series, but I'm not sure that we'll be ready for that. So we will need to set, additional dates and times for policies, wherever we are at that point. We're doing review of bills on the 7th, so we won't have review of bills or quarterly reports.
Not on the 13th, any finances, we don't, just I know where it's on the
7th, and then any other ones on the 20th. I don't know that I have any other.
So for the mainland board minutes, it had that we were going to talk about the golf course issues. At today's, or that would have been the 27th.
We did it at last.
Oh, okay. We will need
Reports,
reports.
compensation, so that's on the next item.
Good. Motion to adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
9:22.
Adjourn at 9:22.
Yes.